We good?
Yeah, it's still uploading here. We're gonna start in just a second. And you're up and running.
Good evening and welcome to the February 3rd, 2022 Planning Commission meeting. If I can have a roll call, please.
Yes, Chair Gutierrez,
Here.
Vice Chair Hogan,
Here.
Secretary Clow,
Here.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Here.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Here.
Commissioner Pava,
Here.
Commissioner Satenia. He's here. I see him. I just can't hear him.
Present.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You have a quorum.
Thank you so much. Next is the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Faulkner, if you'd lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Knew it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Faulkner. Moving on, approval of the agenda. Any changes from staff?
Mr. Chair, we have one change in which case number. There are two, 3, 4, case 2021 4648, 3600 and 3740 South Meadows General Plan Amendment. Case 2021 4649, 3600 and 3740 South Meadows rezoning. Case 2021 4650, 3600 and 3740 South Meadows General Plan Amendment. In case 2021 4651, 3600 and 3740 South Meadows rezoning. The applicant has requested postponement until the March 3rd meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any changes from staff? I'm sorry, from the commission. Seeing none, if we can get a motion.
Chair
please.
Gutierrez.
Yes,
I would like to propose actually moving the Rosina development and Rosina variants before Caja del Oro to see
okay,
if we can get all of these knocked out. I just have concerns that we're going to spend a little bit more time on the Caja del Oro, and I don't want to see Rosina development get kicked out this evening.
okay. Is anybody else from the commission like to move the agenda? I set it up this way after talking with staff on how it might best work out. But if anybody wants to second Commissioner Satenia's motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to move Rosina prior to Caja del Oro. We can have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Clow,
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Hogan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Pava,
Certainly.
Commissioner Satenia.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you.
Motion to approve agenda as amended. Commissioner Faulkner.
Commissioner
second.
Satenia to second.
Okay, I think I heard Commissioner Pava as a second, Commissioner Faulkner to motion to move it. If I can have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Clow,
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Hogan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Pava,
Yes.
Commissioner Satenia.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. So just to know, anybody in the attendees room that's here for South Meadows, that has been postponed. All right, so moving on, we have the approval of the minutes from the January 6th, 2022 meeting. Any changes from staff?
None, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any changes from the commission?
Commissioner Faulkner to approve.
Second, Commissioner Lawrence.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. If we can get a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Cloud,
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Hogan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Pava,
Yes.
Commissioner Satania.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. No old old business, so we'll move on to new business. And our first case is case 2021-4638 Terra Contenta, tract 50A, Arroyo Oste, phase 2. And Donna Wynant is the case planner. Mr. Escobar, is Donna with us?
I don't see her.
She's in the panelists.
Okay.
Unmute, I am here, and I was knocking on the door here, so let's see. Okay, everybody, hi.
Good evening, welcome.
That was weird. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. So get my screen here. Can you see my screen there?
Not yet, Donna.
All right, there you go. Let's see. You see that?
Yes.
Oh, okay, here we go. All right, let's start this show. Good evening, everyone. This case is case 2021-4638. It's the Tierra Contenta Tract 50A, Arroyo Oeste Phase 2 Final Subdivision. Orlin Credentials of Design Ingenuity LLC agent representing the Housing Trust owner. Requests approval of a final subdivision plat for 20 single-family lots. The property is zoned PRC, which is Planned Residential Community. This tract 50A within Tierra Contenta Phase 2C and is approximately 3.21 acres. The recommendation is that the Planning Commission should approve the final subdivision plat with the conditions of approval listed in this report. Two motions will be required in this case: approve or deny the final subdivision plat for case 2021-4638, subject to the conditions of approval and technical corrections recommended by staff. Approve or deny the findings of fact and conclusions of law for case 2021-4638 as found in Exhibit A1. And then the conditions of approval, we have two from the Water Division, and those are to an approved water plan and agreement to construct and dedicate from Water Division, and any grading impacting existing water mains must maintain a 4-foot cover, not to exceed 5-foot cover over mains. Mains must be adjusted to new grade as needed. The final subdivision plat is being reviewed this evening for this development, and the 5 criteria as evaluated and listed in your report, those criteria have been met according to staff analysis. Expiration of this case would be 3 years from the date of approval, so that would be February 3rd of 2025. So that concludes my presentation. I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wynant. Is the applicant here and have a presentation for us?
No, I don't have a presentation this evening, Chairman Gutierrez, but I do want to say that we agree to all conditions.
Excuse me, I'll need to swear you in, please.
Sorry,
Orlin, I'll need to swear you in. Thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Orlin Gadetto Ortiz, 1421 Louisa Street, Suite E. And my only comment is that we agree to all conditions presented, and we are grateful to get this project moving forward.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. If there's anybody from the public that would like to testify on this case, please raise your hand. Anybody from the public that'd like to testify on this case? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and open it up to the commission. Commissioner Faulkner, you have your hand up.
Yeah. Could the applicant or Donna, can either one of you pull up page 4 of the packet for this item?
Donna, if you share your screen, can you also enlarge it somewhat or? If
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just gonna. Okay, so I will enlarge that.
Or any diagram that would show the subdivision plat kind of would work for my question.
Erlen, do you have screen sharing also or no? You're muted.
I'm looking for the site plan right now on my computer.
Yeah, and I think on page 4 of the applicant packet for this project, there's a good diagram.
And Mr. Chair, I could share my screen if that's okay.
Yeah, anybody
Yeah.
who can pull it up, that'll be fine.
Okay.
So could somebody show me where the lights are gonna be? I have concerns about the amount of lighting that's gonna be along the street.
Are you speaking, Commissioner Faulkner, are you speaking with regards to streetlights?
Yes, street lights, yes.
Okay, there are two, there are 3 existing streetlights abutting our property currently. One lot next to lot 17,
Mhm.
one across the street from lot 18, and one near lot 1. And we are recommending an installation of one more street light at the intersection of our 2 roads at the corner of lot 13.
Okay,
And that's standard public works practice, that you have street lights near intersections.
yeah, the concern I have is living in the area, there's not a lot of light pollution out here. And that's nice, but one of the things we found is that a lot of cars get broken into at night because there isn't enough street lights. Like the distance between street lights allows for, kind of blackout zones on a lot of the streets. And so I just wanted to see it with the lighting, how it would look when you compare it to the development, like the plot. So, all right, thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner Faulkner?
That's it.
Okay, Director Klug, if you'll take the screen sharing down. Commissioner Satenia.
Yeah, I just had a couple questions about drainage and grading, retention walls. This seems to be sitting right on the edge of the arroyo, where the arroyo kind of wraps around the whole development. And correct me if I'm wrong, but some of the drop-offs are anywhere between 10 to 15 feet off the edges of these properties. So I just wanted to better understand what the retaining walls look like, what the drainage actually is going to look like. I think the report says that there's a drainage pond that will be expanded, but I actually don't see that in the drawings. So I was just hoping to hear from the applicant a little bit more context around, again, the drainage and the retaining walls.
Okay. I can try to address that, Commissioner Centenia. Sorry. There are some retaining walls around the property. Most of them are 4 to 6 feet in height. It is a mesa currently, and we're just flattening out the land to develop the homes. The pond is going to be located between Arroyo Este 1 and 2, which were both fingers, if you will, or little mesas. And so from the drawing that we just saw, it would have been on page left of that in the existing arroyo. And those are not the main arroyos. There are 2 arroyos on either side of our parcel, due north of us and due south of us. And then the main arroyo is that's carrying the bulk of the water in that area is along our eastern boundary. But in general, it's a fairly flat mesa, so the walls around the property are not that significant to kind of flatten things out. Does that address your questions?
Yes, I'm gonna go with yes. I just wanted to hear kind of a little bit more about it, because I got that it's a mesa, but it seems like these properties run right up to where the land is going to be tapered and go, tapered off and start to go down. And I was just concerned on, are the retaining walls going to be, at the edges of those properties to prevent erosion, in terms of where the runoff is going to be headed from this little section of what you're calling the mesa.
So the retaining walls are generally on the edges of the mesa, sort of the back of the property. And then the lots are designed to drain towards the street. And so the water will be headed towards the street and then down a V swaled channel headed to the arroyo on our southern boundary. But there won't be any water flowing down directly to the arroyo from these lots. In general, the lots are being drained towards the street, and then there's a controlled access for drainage off the street down to our pond.
Okay, great. That answers my question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
My bad, I was muted. Thank you, Commissioner Satenia. Vice Chair Hogan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make a motion if it's timely.
Think it is. Any other commissioners before he makes the motion?
And unfortunately, I lost my page with the case number on it. So let me give me a second to regroup. Okay, in the case of 2021 4638 Terra Contenta Tract 50A Arroyo Westo Phase 2 Final Subdivision, I would like to move approval with any conditions included and that the applicant has agreed to.
Commissioner Faulkner to second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. If we can get a roll call, please.
Commissioner Clow,
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Hogan,
Yes?
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Pava,
Yes.
Commissioner Satania.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Can you also approve the findings of facts, commissioners, please?
I was going to follow up with that for the same case. I'd like to move approval of the findings of facts.
Commissioner Faulkner to second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. If we can get a roll call, please.
Commissioner Clow,
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Hogan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Pava,
Yes.
Commissioner Satania.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Our next case is case 2021-4653 Monte Sereno final subdivision for phase 4. Mr. Escobar, you're the case planner.
Give me 1 second to promote the panelists so that I can. All right.
And Vice Chair Hogan, if you'll take your hand down so I don't get confused.
You got it.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, this is Monte Sereno final subdivision for phase 4. Al Lilly, agent for 21 Club Holdings LLC owner, requests final subdivision approval to create a 70 lot tract subdivision on tract M containing approximately 168.27 acres. The subdivision would create 60 hotel unit lots containing a gross total of approximately 19.6 acres, 1 hotel amenities lot, tract A1 containing approximately 3.68 acres, 8 open space tracts containing approximately 11.68 acres, and the balance of tract M containing 133.32 acres. The property is zoned PRC, located west of Highway 285 north of Tunnel Road at 4,000 Monte Sereno Drive, and is within Monte Sereno development. Staff is recommending approval subject to conditions as outlined in the report, and the applicant has agreed with all conditions of approval. There are 2 motions required for this project: approve or deny case 2021-4653 Monte Sereno Hotel Final Subdivision Tract subdivision subject to the conditions of approval and technical corrections listed in Exhibit A recommended by staff, and approve or deny the findings of fact and conclusions of law for case 2021-4653 as shown in Exhibit A or Exhibit B. There was a change to the findings that have to occur. I did change the dates on the findings for the pre-application and the ENN. I made an error on those, but those are being corrected for the signature purposes. And that will conclude this presentation. As you know, the Planning Commission did a fairly decent review on the preliminary.
Mr. Escobar, Ms. Byers is having a hard time hearing you, so I don't know if you need to speak up or if it might just be on her end. But going forward, if you can speak up a little bit.
I will.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lilly?
Yes, good evening, commissioners, Mr. Escobar, other staff members. For the record.
Hello, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. Excuse me, I need to swear you in before you start speaking, please. Do
That's
you
fine.
swear under the penalty of perjury that, thank you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
For the record, my name is Al Lilly, 32 Old Santa Fe Trail, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87501. And I'm joined tonight by Nancy
Thank you.
Long, Amrit Arustimoño, Don Beauregard, who also represent the developer from the resort at Monte Sereno. And all of us are here tonight to assist in answering any questions that may arise. Just very quickly, on October 21st, 2021, we presented the resort project to the City of Santa Fe Planning Commission. And we appreciated your thoughtful questions and subsequent and unanimous approval of our development plan that evening. And then on December 8th of last year, we presented the project to the mayor and Santa Fe City Council for amended master plan approval, which was needed to review and approve the design guidelines for the resort. And that also received unanimous approval. And we're here tonight requesting subdivision approval for the resort. Mr. Escobar has suggested that we do not provide a full presentation to the Planning Commission since this project was reviewed by the commission within the last 2 months. I would like to say that the developer is in full agreement with all of the conditions of approval as submitted by city staff. Therefore, we request your continued support and favorable vote for subdivision approval this evening. And happy to stand for any questions they may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. This is a public hearing. If there's anyone from the public that is here to talk on this case, please raise your hand. John, we have 1, 2, 3 call-in people. Do you know how they raise their hand?
I do not know on Zoom how they raise their hand on the phone.
Mr. Chair, is it still *9?
I think that was to unmute, but I'm
It
not.
is, it's *9 to raise hand is what it says on the agenda.
Okay, anybody calling in if you want to talk on this case, *9. Anybody else, raise your hand, please. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing and turn it over to the commissioners. Commissioner Satenya.
If it pleases everyone, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion.
Commissioner Pava also has his hand up. Let's hold off on the motion and let's let Mr. Pava ask his questions. Commissioner Pava.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. When I look at the description of the subdivision for phase 4, I'm just curious if either Mr. Escobar or Mr. Lilly can just cue me into what the remaining acreage is planned for at this point. Balance, subtract in 133.32 acres.
I can answer that question, Mr. Commissioner. There's the majority of it is all single-family lots previously approved. We do have a section of 3 tracts that account for approximately 55 cluster homes, which are also approved as part of the previous approvals.
Thanks so much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
That's all, Commissioner Pava? Commissioner Satenya.
I move to approve case 2021-4653 Monte Sereno Hotel final subdivision subject to the conditions of approval and technical corrections listed in Exhibit A recommended by staff. And I also move to approve the findings of facts and conclusions of law for case 2021-4653 as shown on Exhibit B. And just before, Dan, do I need to mention anything about the pre-application or the E&N date changes, or are those already updated in the facts and finding?
Those have been updated in the findings of facts and conclusions of law, and I forwarded them to our attorney so that they can be signed with the correct dates.
Okay, my motion stands.
Commissioner Faulkner to second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. If we can have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Clow,
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Hogan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Pava,
Yes.
Commissioner Satenya.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. And he did the findings in the same. So we'll be moving on now to case 2021-4656-201 Old Santa Fe Trail Final Development Plan.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Alvarado.
Commissioners.
Mr. Alvarado is the case planner.
You have to give me a little bit of time here, Mr. Chair. Seems like every time when I point my mouse right at the person to be a panelist, the list changes, and I don't want to put somebody else as panelist. So let me.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Escobar, so Daniel Alvarado is the very first attendee and the panelists, and he has his hand up.
He keeps moving around on my list. There he goes.
Okay, sorry for moving around on your list. I don't know how that was happening.
Oh, I'm having a heck of a time. I don't know what's going on here.
That's okay. How's it going, everybody? My name is Daniel Alvarado. For those of you I haven't met yet, I'm a relatively new senior planner here at the city, and I'll be doing today's case. Can I share my screen? Looks like I can. Y'all see the, that's not the right one, sorry. Is it showing the staff report now?
Yes.
Okay. It's weird. It's giving, I have a duplicate screen now. Okay, that's, sorry, one moment. Is it still showing the staff report?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. So my name is Daniel Alvarado. This is my second case here at the Planning Commission. It's case 2021-4656. It's for the applicant's agents are Summer Carnes and Associates LLP on behalf of the Kirkpatrick LLC, who are requesting approval of development plan to approve development standards for a 19-room hotel at 201 Santa Fe Trail, which you will know as the property just north of the Loretto Chapel. The request is for property zoned in the BCD Loretto sub-district, which is within the Downtown and East Side Historic District, and it is approximately 0.4352 acres. So Summer Carnes is here to present the project to you in detail, but staff does recommend approval of the development plan subject to the 5 conditions listed in my staff report, which you will find on page 2. As a reminder, there are 2 motions for this case, one for the approval of the development plan and one for motion to approve the finding of facts and conclusions of law. So with that, I will hand it over to Summer Carnes to do a presentation, and I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarado. Mr. Summer?
Shall I be sworn in first?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Good evening, members of the
State your name
commission.
and address for the record.
Good evening, members of the commission. My name is Carl Summer. My mailing address is P.O. Box 2476, Santa Fe, New Mexico 87504. I'm here on behalf of Kirkpatrick LLC, which is a family closely held LLC that was formed by Jim Kirkpatrick. And tonight with me is Maggie Anderson. She's Jim Kirkpatrick's daughter, Christian Anderson, her husband, and Ian Anderson. This project is the culmination of a vision that Jim Kirkpatrick and Charles Kirkpatrick had in 1971. The Sisters of Loretto had closed the school in 1968 and the property was falling into a state of disrepair and they needed to sell it. Jim and Charles came to Santa Fe and they bought this property, the entire Loretto block. They sensitively, conscientiously redeveloped the entire block with the hotel. Significantly, they moved their families here from Oklahoma, and they have been here ever since. And this property has, the Inn at Loretto and the entire property has been kind of become an iconic place in Santa Fe. And I think that this proposal is the culmination of the vision that they had for the property. It is the last remnant of the property that they bought. It is its own separate lot. I'm here tonight with Eric Enfield, whom you know, and Hunter Redmond, whom you know. And I think Mr. Maury Walker is here, but he's the engineer on the project. Eric and Hunter have worked diligently for years and years on this project. And when I say years and years, it goes back 20 some years. I've been working on this project for 20 some years as well, 25 years actually. This project was approved by the design was approved by the Historic Design Review Board in 2017, and it met all of their criteria, and it came after much scrutiny, and it meets all the downtown criteria in the BCD for the Loretto subdistrict. We're not going to make a full-blown presentation. Eric and Hunter can walk you through the basics of the design. If you have any questions, we are glad to answer them. But I think that this project, as I said, represents the culmination of a vision, and I think it will be a great addition to the downtown. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Eric, and we'll answer any questions you have after Eric and Hunter are done.
Mr. Enfield, you need to be sworn in.
There we go. Yes.
Okay,
My
Mr.
name is-
Enfield, do you want me to swear you and Hunter in at the same time?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So do you both swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I do.
Thank you. When you speak, please state your name and address for the record.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, commissioners. Carl's right. I've almost worked on this for a quarter of a century. I think I'm in my 22nd or 3rd year of working on this particular site with the Kirkpatricks and also working with Carl on it. And it is an unusual site in that it is an empty lot downtown. It used to have an old building on it. It's a beautiful site. And I like to just kind of go over some of the quick technical information. I'm going to be short and sweet, and I'm going to let Hunter then present kind of what we've done design-wise to show you how we gained historic styles approval. We want to switch over to building code. The zoning, as Carl had mentioned, is BCD Loretto. We're looking at an occupancy group of a small mercantile use in it, which is like a coffee shop, and then R2. Construction type, not really that imperative, but it's type 5A. We're in the downtown and east side historic district. The lot size we've talked about is about 1/2 acre. Allowable lot coverage in this district, there's no restrictions on lot coverage. There's also no requirements for setbacks because it's in the core downtown area. Now, the allowable building height in this zoning district is 65 feet. But per the historic district height calculation, it was 21'11". So we got a variance for the allowable height that we've got right now. The floor to area ratio is limited to 2.5 to 1. But the site allows up to 47,393 square feet. And our building is actually 38,858 square feet. And if we hadn't done an underground garage, we would have been able to go straight to permit, but the underground garage pushed us over the limit on when we had to come to the commission being over 30,000 square feet. We're also required 1 space per hotel unit, and these are kind of an all suite type hotel, and we've provided 24 in misspelled basement parking, 24 spaces. And let's go to the next sheet. As far as the building itself is concerned, you can see what we're talking about on the first floor. These aren't large plates. On the first floor, we have 4 one-bedroom units totaling about 8,200 of heated square footage. But you'll notice that we've got a really big portal facing Old Santa Fe Trail that's 2,139 square feet big, which also qualifies as open space in this case because it's portals. You go to the second floor, we've got 5 one-bedroom units and 2 two-bedroom units, totaling 8,479 square feet. And the reason it's more is because we built over some of the portals, but we still add a lot of portals on that level too, 1,628 square feet, a lot of outdoor living, a lot of nice outdoor roof space. On the third floor, we have 7 keys, 6 one-bedroom units, 1 two-bedroom unit, totaling 6,269 square feet, 797 square feet of portals. So you can see what we've done with the building as far as reducing the square footage. And then as a concession with the historic board to get the 4th floor approved, it's a single suite upstairs, totaling only 2,700 square feet with 650 square feet of portals. So the total area of the heated area is 25,785. There's 5,221 square feet of portals, and the basement parking is about 12,422 square feet. So the total building, including portals and parking, is 43,428. I don't know if many people know this, but the Loretto is actually divided into 4 lots. One is the primary hotel. The other one is the retail shop area, and you can see that the property line actually goes through the building, and that is also owned by our client. The Hotel Loretto is no longer owned by our client. And the Loretto Chapel is also on its own site, and it is also owned by our clients. And then you can see up above the present spot we're looking at building. It did have a building there that was 3 stories high previously. And right now, I kind of affectionately call it the flea market. And we're looking forward to being able to clean up that corner of Santa Fe that's such an important corner. And I'm going to let Hunter talk about the design right now and what we did to make this building work for that particular site and for the aesthetics of Santa Fe in general in the downtown area. And this is Hunter Redmond.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Hunter Redmond. My address is 612 Old Santa Fe Trail, Santa Fe, New Mexico. This project was presented to the Historic Design Review Board a few years ago, and we obtained approval for the entire project. As you can see, the site itself is just here where the building is, but it does sit on the big block by the Hotel Loretto and right adjacent to the Loretto Chapel. This is an enlarged site plan. We have a minimum of 20 feet between the proposed new building and the Loretto Chapel buttresses, and a nice walkway with planting, and only a 1-story area right here next to the chapel. One of the conditions of the historic board approval was that we give plenty of space for the Loretto Chapel to be publicly visible, and then also to have a view corridor from a corner over here near La Fonda, which is kind of a historic view corridor, to be able to see at least the midpoint of the Loretto Chapel from the intersection to the southwest of the La Fonda. So that's why we have this angle here in the building to open it up to the Loretto Chapel. There's a nice giant tree here, beautiful tree. We're keeping the tree. We'll have landscaping around the tree as well, and then some nice pathways that will connect into the Inn at Loretto, as well as to the existing building and to the Loretto Chapel. On the site plan, you can see on these gray lines here, this is the first floor, then it steps back. This is a deck on the second floor. It steps back again. This is the deck on the 3rd floor, and I'll show you that in the floor plans as we go through. So you'll see that the building steps back and gets smaller and smaller and smaller so that it has a small streetscape. It was very important for us to design this building to not only not impede the view of the Loretto Chapel, but not to feel too overwhelming in the streetscape. And then, because we have a 1-story building across the street. And then also to complement the style of the historic district, the downtown historic district. So you'll see that it is a Pueblo style building when we get to the elevations, like I said in a minute. Real quickly, I'll go through the floor plans. This is the basement parking. The basement is accessible from Water Street, right across from La Fonda, kind of across from where the La Fonda, there's a service access, service area bay at the south side of La Fonda Hotel. So it's kind of right across from there. So the vehicle access will not be in an area where we have all the public circulation. Most of the public circulation is over here and over here. So it's kind of behind the building. So here's the access to the basement. We have 24 parking spaces in the basement underground, which is plenty of parking for the building. We're only required 19 spaces. On the 1st floor, you can see part of the 1st floor is given away to the access to the underground parking. So it's a smaller footprint. We have a small office area, coffee shop, market, and then 4 rental units on the, or 4 hotel units on the 1st floor. They have deep portal areas here, here, and here, which also count as open space. We have nice planting areas, planting area, planting area. Oops. On the 2nd floor, there are a total of 7 units. 2 stair accesses and elevator, total of 7 units. Each of these units, you can see it steps back. We've got beautiful big decks and portals. And so the facade of the building is going to step back. Every unit has a portal or a deck. So every unit has plenty of open space. The 3rd floor is similar to the 2nd floor. It also has 7 units. It steps back again. Each unit has a little bit of a deck and a portal space. Then on the 4th floor, you can see part of the requirements for approval were to step this 4th story way back. And so the 4th floor is this single unit, and it's located close to the east side of the building, which is the least publicly visible area. And we will see that when we look at the elevations as well. It will have a very large roof deck. And if you remember from the enlarged site plan, we're planning on having maybe potted plants out here to have some greenery up on these roof decks to make the building look alive and then also soften the architecture. Here are the elevations. The first elevation is the west elevation. So this would be standing on Old Santa Fe Trail, looking towards the east. This was the main elevation. The Loretto Chapel would be right here. La Fonda would be right here. This is looking towards the building. As you can see, it is a Pueblo style structure with steps, stepping Pueblo style, stepping back. We have divided lights, all of the requirements that not only made the building aesthetically pleasing, but met the requirements of the downtown historic district. The north elevation, this is the elevation on Water Street. This is the entrance into the garage. This is more of a vertical elevation, and it's facing the tall vertical side of La Fonda. We'll see that in a minute. Here is the east elevation. This is facing the parking back northeast parking lot at the Inn at Loretto. Here we have the south elevation. This is the elevation facing the chapel. Finally, here's a streetscape elevation from Old Santa Fe Trail, showing the relationship of the building to the Loretto Chapel and to the La Fonda. As you can see, it is not as tall as either building. And it will always also step back. So if you can imagine in perspective, when you're standing down here, actually this fourth floor is going to be pretty hard to see. But it gives a nice, it steps back on this side so that it gives a lot of visibility to the chapel, which we feel is very important. Finally, here is a rendering of the project. You can see the Pueblo style, the colors of the project, keeping with a very traditional stucco color, traditional stained wood, corbels, round viga posts, and viga ends that will project over the portals, divided lights at the windows, the color of the windows and doors being a clad that would be of maybe a blue or a greenish color that would harken back to sort of that traditional blue color that you see on windows and doors historically in the downtown area and in Pueblo architecture. And that is the end of our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. If there's anybody here from the public that would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand. And then the call in *9 if you want to talk on this.
I see none,
Anybody
Mr. Chair.
like to speak on this case? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission. Vice Chair Hogan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question on the historic approval. You said it was approved in 2017, and I'm just curious whether or not that is still valid, or whether you're going to have to go back to the board after this approval.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Hogan, that that approval is valid all the way through May of this year by virtue of the extensions that have been granted. So we have to get this done, and we have to pull a permit on this project by that time.
Okay. Thank you. I guess just no question, just a comment. I think you guys did a good job of sort of protecting the chapel and stepping back the building on that side. So I appreciate that. That's the end of my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Summer, did you have something else you wanted to add?
I just wanted to conclude, but I can wait, Mr. Chairman. I saw somebody else had their hand up, so I can wait.
Okay. Commissioner Satania?
Yeah, I just want to two things, but the first one is I want to understand if your intention is to pull the permit, correct, before May?
Yes, we have to apply for the permit is what we have to do.
Okay, so us approving this I think I also read that us approving tonight will extend this for another couple years, correct? So I just want to make sure, are you trying to buy time to reevaluate the project down the road, or is the intention to actually start the project?
Our intention is to start the project. And Commissioner Satania, the time that you were talking about is this approval. If you are see fit to approve, this approval expires in 2 years. It doesn't have the effect of extending any of our approvals at the H board.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the correction. The other thing that can you pull up the last slide that was shown?
Yes.
The one before that. Well, actually, just to speak to both of those, I just want to say thank you for providing a site section. This actually provides a really generous context to understanding this project, which a lot of times we don't get to see. And I just wanted to point this out to the commissioners, because I've been pushing for that we see site sections, because some of the criteria that we have to consider is the surrounding environment. So I just wanted to thank you for the detail and for providing the rendering and the perspective. If you can go back one more slide, I just had a quick question. There's a large facade, I think on the east elevation. I think there's a stairwell that runs through there. Is there any type of building? I think I saw something on the plan that's actually going to break that up, or is there just a view from that back parking lot? You're going to see that large wall right there where the mouse. Yes, right there.
So just to show you, let me go to the site plan really quickly. That wall you're looking at is right here.
Yeah.
And there's an outdoor dining pavilion here at the inn at Loretto that actually blocks that wall. And this outdoor dining pavilion is maybe 4 feet above this finished floor anyways. So it's going to break this wall up, not quite by half, but maybe by a third.
Okay. Understood.
And so this wall will not be publicly visible, just the top of it.
All right. Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Satenia. Any other commissioners?
I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay. Mr. Summer, did you want to add something?
No, I think we'll stop when we're ahead.
Commissioner Satenia.
I move to approve the final development plan case 2021-4656, subject to the conditions of approval and technical corrections recommended by staff. And I also move to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law for case 2021-4656 Exhibit A.
Commissioner Klaus, second.
Okay.
Thank you. So Commissioner Satenia with the motion, Commissioner Secretary Cloud with the second. If we can have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Cloud,
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Hogan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Pava,
Yes.
Commissioner Satenia.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think, is that all of it?
Yes.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now moving on, South Meadows, for anybody that came in late, has been postponed. Anything to do with South Meadows, we will not be hearing tonight. And we had the agenda move, so we're gonna hear next. Case number 2021-4654, 2020 Rosina Development Plan. Case 2021-4655, 2020 Rosina Variance. Mr. Esquivel, you're the case planner on this. And Ms. Byers, if for some reason you can't hear him, please feel free to break in.
Okay, thank you.
I'll try and talk louder. Is this okay, Melissa?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, this is case 2021-4654, 2020 Rosina Development Plan. Architectural Alliance, agent for Clueless on Rosina LLC. Owner request development plan approval to remodel a 15,448 square foot structure, adding 23,493 square feet of new construction for a 32 unit apartment building. The project is on a 0.91 acre lot located on 2020 Rosina Street and is zone C2. The second case is 2021-4655, 2020 Rosina variance. The applicant is requesting a variance from table 14731, table of dimensional standards for non-residential districts, to exceed the maximum height limits of 45 feet in a C2 district, same location as the previous case. The Land Use Department recommends approval of the development plan subject to staff recommendations and conditions of approval listed in section 2 in this report, along with technical corrections listed in Exhibit A. The applicant has agreed to all of the conditions for the development plan. The Land Use Department recommends denial of the variance from table 14731, table of dimensional standards for non-residential districts. There are 4 motions required in the following order. Approve or deny case 2021-4654, 2020 Rosina Development Plan, subject to conditions of approval and technical corrections recommended by staff. Approve or deny case 2021-4655, 2020 Rosina variance. Approve or deny findings of fact and conclusions of law for case 2021-4654, presented in Exhibit B, and approve or deny the findings of fact and conclusions of law for 2021-4655, presented in Exhibit B. The applicant has addressed and complied with all of the development plan approval criteria, and the applicant did address the variance criteria, but staff did not believe that they complied with the variance criteria and subsequently recommended denial. And that will end the presentation for staff. If you have any questions, I will answer them.
Share the screen. We're going to share the screen. Hi, I'm Eric Infield. I've already been sworn in. My address is 612 Old Santa Fe Trail. And we're looking at 2020 Rosina now. And I'll change gears. This is the building that's on 2020 Rosina, which is the old First National Bank building. And it was a series of offices. And also it had some vault secure storage for bank records. The building is, the site is located at just off the intersection of Cerrillos and St. Mike's, and it's surrounded by large uses, including a school, 2 churches, one to the northeast and one to the west, and then various retail along Cerrillos Road. What's over there? Is that Checker Auto? Trying to think what else is over there. And there's a bank building that still is in front of it. And then the strip mall there that has some small restaurants and some retail in it also. It was kind of a hidden site. We were approached by the owners and asked, let's look at some different alternatives for this site. And we came up with a transitional use that would transition from a single family neighborhood to the intensity of commercial use on Cerrillos Road. And so what we've come up with is a style that we're calling transitional territorial style, because that is what the existing building is. It's territorial style. The site is almost an acre. It's just under an acre, 0.9067 acres. We're allowed to cover it at 60%, but the existing lot coverage is at 57%, and we're not increasing any roofed area. We're actually going to be adding roofed area above the existing footprint. We do have setbacks. The street is 15 feet, the side is 0, and the rear is 10 feet or 25 if it abuts a residential area, but it doesn't abut a residential area, and so we're not having to do that. The proposed site, no, we're remodeling the existing 1-story building, providing new windows, doors in existing locations, as well as new openings. There's a new interior layout, new yard walls for privacy, portals, a new exterior stucco finish. A 2-story addition goes on top of this single story, and we provide portals and balconies with overhangs on the 2nd story. The portals and patios are also on the 3rd floor. What we've done is cut a hole in the middle of the building to bring in light and to create a green space at the 1st floor area that satisfies some of the open space requirements, and also opens up the building in the center for air and light into the center of this big block. Constructing elevator and stair houses, 2 stairs to the roof, and one of the stair towers also has the elevator to the roof. And we're redesigning the existing parking lot and increasing the efficiency of the layout. And we're also proposing a large roof deck. This is the unit count on the 1st floor. We have a total of 11 units. I'm not going to go through the sizes, but they range from less than 800 to more than 1,200 square feet. On the 2nd floor, we have 12 units. On the 3rd floor, we have 9 units for a total of 32 units. The parking varies depending on the size of the unit. So we came up with a requirement of 48 spaces, and we've provided 50, with 3 of those being ADA parking spaces and 2 visitor parking areas. And so you can see the existing heated first floor is 1548, but we're actually decreasing the heated area because of inset portals and open space areas and the courtyard to 14,539 of heated on the first, 13,394 heated on the second. And then on the third, we have 11,008 square foot heated with a total proposed heated of 38,941. We had gotten the water budget and had submitted it, but we didn't see it in the packet. So we decided to include it here and wanted to let you know that we've done this. And this is our proposed use, which is 3.21 acre feet per year. And that includes a bit of an offset for previous water use. But our clients are proposing to take care of that with either water rights or retrofits. And I'll let Hunter talk a little bit about the floor plans and the design of this building.
I'll go through this again quickly. The floor plans. This is the existing building. It was previously an office building, mainly offices here in the front. And the nice thing about this building is that it has some structural features that make it easy to add on multiple stories to. So this is a great infill project because we can easily go up rather than out and provide housing for this part of our community, which is greatly needed. So the first floor is going to be remodeled into we have, sorry. So the first floor has 11 units around a central open courtyard. And this central open courtyard gets not only light, but fresh air down into the center of the building, which allows us to have more units with more bedrooms that will have windows and with egress windows. By having this central courtyard, it really turns this into more of a residence and from the office space. You can see on this first floor that we have 2 entrances. We have the main entrance, which is the existing entrance to the building. We'll have a nice set of stairs going up. We are also providing an ADA accessible ramp that will come from the parking area. We have an additional ADA accessible entrance here on this side. There's other parking here. So we have 2 entrances that both be accessible entrances. And then we have the spine, these hallways go through the building, providing access, easy access to all of the units, as well as the courtyard. On the second floor, we have 12 units. You can see that every unit, even on the second floor, will have not only a portal, but balcony space. So everyone gets ample amount of open space, even on the upper floors. On this floor, we project out some balconies to provide lots of open air, fresh open air space for every unit, and lots of windows to allow a lot of light, so there's less electricity use, which is also an advantage of having the central courtyard. So we get more light into these units. We have some windows here, I don't know if you can see them, but that daylighting allows for less electricity use in these units. The third floor has fewer units because these are our larger units. The smaller units are on the first and second floor. On the third floor, you can see again, we still have this open space in the middle. Our open space in the middle actually gets bigger and bigger and bigger as we step up to get more and more light down into the middle of the building. You can see here are our 2 stair towers, our elevator. And on the third floor, we have large portals again. Some of these portals have roof decks as well, portal and roof deck. So every single unit has private outdoor space, even if they're not on the first floor. One of the drawbacks of building on a site that's completely built out is that there is very little open space. Let me really quickly go back to the site plan. You can see that there's parking lot. I'll go to the existing. This is all paved. This is our only open space on the site as it exists now. So we are required to have additional open space for this multifamily development. However, we don't have the capability of putting it on the ground floor and on the site because of the parking and because of the footprint of the existing building. So what we are proposing to do is we are proposing to put the remainder of the open space on a rooftop deck on top of the building. And this will provide open space. It will also provide an area for access to the roof. You can see again, here's our central courtyard that is open all the way down to the first floor. We have 2 accesses to the roof. We have the elevator and stair access here. We have an elevator and stair access here. Now, since we have this large roof deck up here, what we also have is in this area, we are proposing between the 2 stair towers that it be covered by a portal for a number of reasons. One of the reasons is, we all know, living in New Mexico, when you're up on a roof, especially in the summertime, it is incredibly hot. The sun is very strong, and without shade, permanent shade, it's not a pleasant place, especially since we can't, having it all be one big garden would be too expensive. So we are paving quite a bit of it. So we're proposing this portal to not only provide shelter and shade for the residents on the roof deck, but also to provide a place to mount photovoltaic panels to provide power to the building. And that, again, you can see on the roof plan. So here we have the nice roof deck. Here we have the covered portion of the roof deck to provide shelter and shade, as well as the photovoltaic panels. We also have garden areas on the roof deck. There will be greenery that would be visible from the street, and you will see that in our elevations. Here are the elevations. This is the west elevation, which has the main entry. This is the existing building on the bottom floor. You can see that we're keeping the territorial style of the first floor. And then what we've done with the stories as you go up is it's a transitional territorial style. So on the second floor, the facade of the second floor will be brick to complement the existing brick coping of the first floor existing building. Then you step up to the third story and it's stucco again with a coping that now transitions to metal. And this metal is to reflect the idea of the territorial coping, and it gets a little more contemporary as we go up. So it's a building that kind of grows into the contemporary nature. At the top, you can see we have the 2 stair tower elevator accesses to the roof deck. And this is the covered portal area that would have the solar panels on top of it.
And just one, I'm going to add one thing. Both the stairs and the elevator towers are allowed by code because you're allowed to exceed the height of the structure for stairs and elevators. So I just wanted the commission to understand that.
Right. We'll talk about the portal and the variants a little more in just a minute. I'll finish going through the elevations and then we'll talk about the variants that we're asking for. This is the north elevation. This is the elevation that's facing Rosina Street. As you can see, we've got a little bit of grade here. It slopes down a little bit. This elevation, you can see we have a lot of balconies and a lot of interest going on in this building to liven up the building, make it aesthetically pleasing, but also keep it in the transitional territorial style. So it's not too contemporary and still fits in with the fabric of our community. Here's the east elevation. This is facing a parking lot that's right here. We will have a stucco wall to provide a little bit of privacy to this north elevation. From the east elevation looking up, you're not going to be able to even see the stair towers or the portal because of the perspective. That would be standing here looking this direction. You can see that if you were standing here looking this way, you wouldn't see this part of the building. This is the south elevation, which is facing the parking lot between this building and the existing First National Bank. And here is a colored elevation to show you our intention of colors. We want to stick within a stucco color that is a nice sort of traditional Santa Fe earth tone. Then we will complement it with cladding that is either a black or a dark oiled rubbed bronze. And the metal elements and the stain on any wood would be a dark color to complement the oil rubbed bronze. On the roof deck, you can see that we would like to have trees and greenery that are publicly visible, so that it'll look really, it'll soften it up and look really nice. So now that we've gone through the building, I'm going to let Eric go through our variance request. And go ahead, Eric.
I'd like to say that we had gotten a request from Dan to provide additional information on this because he told us he was concerned that we weren't meeting the variance approval criteria. So we had gotten him some in, but it was too late to get in the packet. So what we did was this page right here, this is section 1A, B, and C, and D are revised sections that we had submitted to Dan, but not in time to include in the package. And we're hoping the commission will review this and then look more kindly on the variance request. We had felt these weren't really applicable, but when we thought about it further and discussed it with Dan, who was helping us and telling us we needed to work a little more on these question responses, unfortunately, we got them in too late to get in the package. But I want to just read the ones that aren't in your packet. And these are the ones I'm going to read right now. Yeah, and the variance isn't for the stairwells. It's not for the elevator. It's not for the solar panels, but it is for the shade structure that we want to put on the top, and that's all. The open space will be there, whether the shade structure is there or not. But we feel the shade structure is an important part of this to add life to the roof on pretty much a year-round basis. We know even today, when I woke up, it was -1. But once the sun came out, it wasn't uncomfortable to be outside. So we think that part of the structure and that open space will be used quite a bit. What happened was on this number 1, we hadn't answered these questions, and we'd answered them as not applicable because we weren't sure exactly what they were asking for. But after talking to Dan, we were able to provide an explanation. And I think you have to have one or more of the following these circumstances to apply to get the variance. And so the first question they ask, are there any unusual physical characteristic exist that distinguish the land or structure from others in the vicinity that are subject to the same relevant provisions of Chapter 14 characteristics that existed at the time of the adoption of the regulation from which the variance is sought, or that were created by natural forces or by government action for which no compensation was paid? Our response is there are unusual characteristics of the existing site and building that distinguish it from others in the vicinity. The present structure and associated site development occurred in the 1970s prior to the existing open space code requirements. When the 39,496 square foot site was developed, only 9% of the site was designated as open space. Present codes would have required 25% of the site, or 9,874 square feet, to be open space. As a development that was constructed prior to the current regulations, The site is a legal non-conforming lot, and this physical characteristic was not a result of the current owners, and it distinguishes this property from other properties in the vicinity that were built after the adoption of the code. We also feel like the parcel is a legal non-conforming lot created prior to the adoption of the regulation from which the variance is sought, or that was created by government action for which no compensation was paid. The parcel as it stands is a legal non-conforming lot created prior to the current code regulations. By having open space on the rooftop deck, the lot would come into conformance with the present open space requirements. Due to the intensity of the sun and heat on a roof deck, allowing the 7-foot 4-inch variance for just the shade structure. We're not asking it for any of the main structure on the building, just the shade structure that connects the 2 stairs. Due to the intensity, allowing the 7-foot 4-inch variance for the shade structure provides necessary shade for residents, and the stair structure is required to access this rooftop deck open space, and that height of those stairs are allowed by the code. Item number C is still not applicable because there isn't really an inherent conflict in it. And we do think that the historical significance, there is none. It was a recent development. So D is not applicable and C is not applicable. And I believe the rest of our responses in your package, and I don't want to read them again because hopefully you've read them, but we stand to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Enfield. This is a public hearing. If there's anybody in the public that would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand. I see we have 2 hands already up and 1 call in. So if you can start letting them speak. Hold on real quick, Dan. Secretary Clow, is there something you want to address before we go to the public hearing?
Yeah, I wanted, I wanted some clarification on the parking issue. When I was reading, it seemed like staff was concerned about the parking being, I think, too close together and creating a problem on Rosina, I think, Alley. And they made a comment that maybe there should be less apartments or something. So I just saw that comment in there and I didn't see how it was addressed. Maybe Dan can help us on that, just for clarification. How was that? Has it been addressed? Does it need to be addressed?
Mr. Chair, Secretary Clow, there is a condition of approval that the applicant must address that issue from the traffic engineer. Our consultant made those comments. I actually downloaded a program and checked the distances that the applicant had. I'm not sure I came up with the same figures that the applicant had, but I think that we would probably have to rely on the review of our traffic engineer to understand what she was looking at when she reviewed the parking in relation to the easement. And they're going to have to address those concerns prior to filing the development plan.
Is the engineer here, Dan, to answer that question?
Yes, let me raise him up to a panelist.
And we'd be happy to address it from our point of view, Secretary Clow.
There he is. He should be up and running in just a few minutes, for a few seconds. And he is up and running, he just needs to unmute.
It needs to be sworn in, Dan, or is the city employee?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening.
Don't know, I guess he's a DRT member. He's part of the city's.
Okay.
Good evening. Can you hear me, Dan?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just waiting to be sworn in.
You're a city employee?
I don't believe you need to be, yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Mr. Infante is not a city employee. He should probably be sworn in.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. And I'll
Hello?
state my name. I do. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you. Yes, please state your name and address for the record.
Mario Juarez Infante at 4401 Basted Street Northeast, Suite 150, Albuquerque, 87124. And again, I'm with Wilson and Company. So, Mr. Chairman and members of the P&Z, the comments related to parking were really with respect to the geometry of the parking aisles and the concern and the space in between or in the driving aisle being a little too narrow. Now, I understand that the applicant is following the code requirements in terms of number of parking spaces. The concern is that today, as we know, there are a lot of large trucks that are considered passenger occupied vehicles, standard vehicles, but they are larger in nature. And so what happens is that, and we would like to see in order to address the comment, is to run a tracking template with the traditional passenger occupied vehicle to ensure that the overhang, the tracking is really when you make the movements, the front end of the bumper and the back end of the bumper, they create essentially a footprint so that we can clearly demonstrate that we're able to back in and back out without creating concern with possibly bumping into other vehicles. So that was the primary concern with respect to the occupied vehicles. We also just wanted to be mindful that in addition to passenger occupied vehicles, we do get your standard UPS and FedEx vehicles coming in here as well as refuse. And so we want to ensure that those design vehicles can easily track inside the parking lot facility. Now, we are sensitive and completely understand the pre-existing constraints.
Thank you, Mario. Secretary Cloud, does that answer your question?
I think so. So I guess we'll be looking at this again, and at that point in time, it will need to be addressed.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Secretary Cloud, this is actually development plan approval. Unless you wanted to downgrade it to a preliminary approval, it would not come back to this body for review. All the conditions of approval will be addressed by all the DRT members prior to it getting signed off and recorded.
So it would be a condition that gets addressed, adequately addressed.
It is already a condition of approval, so they are going to have to go back to the engineer to address those concerns.
Okay.
And just to add to that real quickly, we've already done.
Hold on, Mr. Enfield.
I'm sorry.
Are you good, Secretary Cloud? Yes, okay. Vice Chair Hogan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question for the engineer is, do the spaces as shown meet the size requirements in the code? I mean, trucks and things like that, they're really kind of beyond, any of our individual control, but I think it's important if they meet the code, that counts for some.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Vice Chair, they do.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome, sir.
That's it for me, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. This is a public hearing. I want to get to the public hearing. Mr. Enfield, if this comes back up again, we'll get you back in. But for now, I'm going to go to the public hearing. Mr. Garcia is first down.
I will allow him to talk. He just needs to unmute himself.
Mr. Garcia, if you'll unmute yourself and be sworn in, please. Mr. Garcia, you will unmute yourself
I don't know if he's having it. There he goes.
Okay, he unmuted himself.
Yeah.
Mr. Garcia, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I'm sorry, actually, I wasn't sure that the hand was raised. It was not intentional.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garcia. Next hand that's up, phone number *9 to unmute.
This is for phone number ending in 8239. As long you're ready to go.
Once you're unmuted, if you'll be sworn in, please. *9 on your phone will unmute you.
There you go. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Thank you. I will swear you in again. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is G. Allen Myers, 2501 West Zia, number 9314, Santa Fe, 87505.
Thank you.
I own the adjacent property at the corner of Rosina and Osage, and I feel like this building is going to overwhelm all the other buildings in the vicinity. Mr. Enfield talked about it being a transitional property development, but they're transitioning from an elementary school to commercial property to Cereus Road, and I just don't think that's appropriate. The other thing is that the egress is onto Rosina Street, which is bordering on the elementary school. And when there is pickup and drop off during the day, there's going to be significant traffic in that area that I don't think Rosina can actually handle. I've also had concerns about the construction time, the time during construction, and how that's going to be dealt with and how people that are working on the project are going to be parking. I don't need people parking on my property in order to work on the new development. Thank you.
Mr. Myers. Next up is Katie.
1 second.
Thank you, Mr. Escobar.
Yes.
Hi. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Catherine Black, 413 Solana Street, Santa Fe, 87501.
Thank you.
As a member of Calvary Baptist Church, what is your plan to prevent your guests and residents from parking on their private property?
Mrs. Black, do you have any other questions?
No.
Okay, I'm sure Mr. Enfield's writing them down and he will answer them for us as we're done, but we will let him answer them all at once, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, Dan, is Commissioner Hanson.
Commissioner, you're good to go. You just need to unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury? Yes, we can hear you. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Anna Hansen, 2008 Kiva Road, Santa Fe, 87505. I am also the president of the Casa Alegre Neighborhood Association, which I consider this to be part of. I have gone to the ENN. I have seen this project. We talk about infill, we talk about being progressive and doing the right kind of thing. And in many ways, I feel like this is the type of building that is doing the right thing. Infill, using an existing building, and repurposing it. I do have a few comments. I am worried about the water budget, but I'm worried about the water budget in general. I think it was 3.7, so that's 1 acre-foot per unit. And then how are you going to water all the plants and keep everything green? So that's one concern. I would like to see more solar. I can support the height of the patio if there's more solar. I don't know what percentage of solar this will provide on the roof, but I think you do have room for more solar. The wall in the back next to the property on the east side, I think you really need to build that wall up. I think it needs to be higher. They're just going to look out into the back of these buildings, and I think it would actually give that give the windows and the people in there more privacy. Does the building step back at all, like on the top floor, on the third floor? Does it step back a little bit on the second floor so that the patio is kind of on that area? I couldn't really quite tell that on the, and then I'm more in support of the building being, using brick. Does brick go along the top of the very top of the building? Will it be capped off with that territorial style of brick at the third floor? And I would like to see more of the brown finishes as opposed to black. And thank you for being inventive in opening up this building in the middle. I think that is, for the residents, will be a very interesting idea. And so good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next up is Alderete. We lost Alderete, but we have Mr. King. And so if you will unmute yourself and get sworn in.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Gary, Gary, King, King. I live in the county, 23 Calle del Barrio, but I work at Calvary Baptist Santa Fe, 1313 Apache in Santa Fe, 87505.
Go ahead, Mr. King.
Okay, my big question is on the easement. I'm late to the dance, so to speak, so I'm kind of concerned because it seems like the parking lot that's proposed will come all the way halfway out into that unnamed alleyway. And also, if this project moves forward, would the city be taking on the responsibilities of that alleyway, no longer having it just a designated easement? And I'm not a engineer, architect, or anything of the sort, but being an easement are they allowed to build on that side of the parking lot? Being that they would take it up to the middle of it, as far as I could understand from the drawings, that's the dotted lines that are there. Would they normally just, because it's only going to be ever so wide, turn it into a one-way street? And then would that street have a designated name? Would the city be taking over the responsibility for the maintenance on that alleyway? That's really my big concerns, along with Ms. Black concerned about how this is going to impact the parking lot, very large parking lot at 1313 Apache, the Santa Fe Calvary Baptist Church.
Thank you, Mr. King. Anything else?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else interested in talking on this? The public hearing is still open. Loretto, you had your hand up earlier and we lost you. Anybody else?
Oh.
Okay, Colin, we already talked with, right, Dan, or is this a different one?
I'm not quite sure. 8239.
Okay, go ahead and start with the one that's already been promoted. You'll be sworn in.
Yeah, am I on?
Excuse me, yes, you are. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Albert Dye, 2446 Vereda de Encanto, Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Dye.
Yes, I'm concerned about, I don't really care if the building is built or not. I'm concerned about the road that separates Calvary Baptist Church and Adventure Dental from this proposed apartment building. They're going to go ahead and take half the road that's there. And that's the half that they're going to take is the half that's used primarily by people leaving the bank that go to that drive-up area, and also people from the school park along there. And so what's going to happen is there's going to be a narrow lane left. And right now, if you look at the map with the parking areas, at the lower left-hand side, there are dumpsters parked there that would block the road. Those would have to be moved, which they can be moved, but there's dumpsters there. And also on the side of Rosina, people will have to take a jog to enter and then go on down the road. So it's very narrow now. And I'm afraid that if this building goes through with the proposed parking, we're going to have a really bad issue with just getting access to the church and having people drive back and forth. And that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Dye.
Okay, thank you.
Next is call in at 8239.
Just needs to unmute himself.
Have you already spoken?
Yes, I've already spoken.
Okay. Anyone else that has not spoken? Mr. King, I see you raised your hand also, but you've already spoken. Is there anybody else that has not spoken? Mr. Tapia, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jason Tapia. I work for the City of Santa Fe Fire Department. I'm a fire inspector. And one thing I was wondering, and forgive me if this was mentioned, but did you consider an aerial fire apparatus access road? That's in section 105 of Appendix D. So what that is where the vertical distance between the grade of the plane and the highest roof surface exceeds 30 feet, an approved aerial fire apparatus road would have to be accessible to the fire department.
Okay. Stand by, Mr. Tapia. Did you initially review this or someone else in your office?
Mr. Chair, the fire department has reviewed this application and gave 13 conditions of approval, which the applicant has agreed to.
Okay. The one he just brought up, is it in there and what was the outcome of it?
The first condition is fire apparatus access shall have an unobstructed width of not more than 20 feet exclusive of shoulder and unobstructed vertical clearance of not less than 13 feet and 6 inches. IFC 2015 section 50321. Is that the condition? Not that one?
No. So the reason why this addition kicks in is it's if the building is higher than 30 feet from the ground level to the highest point of the building.
Mr. Infield?
That condition. Did Geronimo give you a copy of his conditions by chance?
No.
If you give me just a few seconds, I can email.
Well, you're looking it up, Mr. Infield, do you have an answer for that specific question? You're muted.
Yeah, we do. We actually have already looked at it and we think we can comply. That's why we've agreed to the condition, but we haven't had a chance to meet with the fire department. Personally, specifically on this site, they did a remote review of our drawings, provided their comments. We've said we'll comply with their requirements. So we expect to work with the fire department and further develop it. If we're approved tonight, that would be the next step, and we know we have to do that.
Dan, were you able to find?
Yes, Jason, I've emailed you the conditions that were put forward.
Oh. Okay, great. I just wanted to bring it up because we hardly ever have a building where that section has to be met.
Thank you for your question.
Okay. Jim, you haven't spoken. We're still in the public portion of this.
So let me see. Let me get rid of. Okay.
Jim, if you will unmute yourself and be sworn in, please.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jim Black. My address is 726 Coyote Ridge Road, Santa Fe.
Go ahead,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Black.
And just so you'll know, I am the pastor of Calvary Baptist Church. And we as a church are very concerned about the negative effects the parking situation is going to have on our parking lot and our property. And I just wanted to let my voice be known that we're very concerned about it. We don't see the parking situation as good at all. And we believe there will be, when there's 32 apartments there and you only have 2 extra parking spaces for visitors, they're all going to park on our parking lot from an insurance standpoint, a legal standpoint, I believe, they come on our property, we're responsible if they slip on the ice and fall. And I'm very concerned that people coming onto our property and if they have parties in their apartments, where are they going to park? And unless we try to fence off our property completely and have automatic gates so that the church members can come into the parking area, there's potential for all sorts of things to happen on our property there. And so that's all I have to say. We are very concerned about it and hope y'all make the right decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak on this case?
The only two left, Mr. Chair, are the two that have already spoken.
Let me see if anybody else raises their hand.
And Mr. King.
Yeah, let me just see if anybody else raises their hand. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public portion of this case and open it up to the commission. Mr. Enfield, there was questions asked and I'd like you to address them, but I'm going to turn it over to commissioners because they might double the questions and we'll get back to anything you may have missed. Commissioner Pava.
Mr. Chair, would you rather have Mr. Enfield address the questions that have been presented and then I can wait in the queue?
Yeah, that'll be fine if you want to start there.
That's fine with me. I think those are pertinent and timely. I'll wait.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Pava.
Yeah, let's go ahead and bring up. We're going to go ahead and bring up the site plan so we can kind of walk through this with you all. We'll just start out with the concerns of the adjacent neighbor to the east, who has a business that's functioning. I think he has that, there's a strip there, a retail strip there at Rosina and Osage. And he had concerns about construction and where they will park. We have enough room on the site to stage the construction on the existing site. So there won't be construction trucks that'll be coming off to that. That whole site will be open for the workers. And we'll also be fencing the site during construction and having a construction gate. So it'll be controlled access only, and they can only park in those areas that exist. As far as the traffic on Rosina, if you look at the way our parking lot actually works, there is an entrance on Rosina into some of the parking, and it's a one-way entrance, but there's a two-way entrance coming from Cerrillos Road. So when the cars come into this parking lot, they are exiting out Cerrillos Road down the other way and making a right turn on Cerrillos. There's a right turn in from Cerrillos, and you can see it says on our site plan egress easement, but you notice there's nothing up above. That's because these two small strips of land have actually been quitclaimed. The church took half of it, and we took the other half by quitclaim deed. And so it isn't an ingress egress easement. The egress easement stops here at the bank, at the end of the existing bank parking area, but that allows us to come out and use that easement to access Cerrillos Road. So there isn't one entrance, there's really two entries and exits. It does depend on where you park. And if you park in the secured parking area, you will be entering on Rosina, either a right or left turn on that residential area. But exiting when you leave for work will be out Cerrillos Road because there's a second exit there. So I wanted to address Mr. Meyer's concerns first, and then we can go to the Black's concerns. And I believe Catherine and Jim are in the same household, Black, because we've met them at the ENN. They're concerned about parking on their lot. It's a common concern for anyone that has a commercial business about other people parking on their lot. I know that my clients will work with the church to develop signage or whatever we need to do to help them feel like they're not being infringed upon by our development. We don't need their parking for our development. We have all our parking plus guest spaces. As far as anticipating a party in the apartment complex, unfortunately, the code doesn't address private parties in an apartment complex in the parking count. They do have on-street parking on Rosina. And I imagine if there is a party, they could park on Rosina. But I think that as good neighbors, we'll want to work with Jim and Catherine further than just the E&N and this meeting where they expressed concern, because we've talked to them about some alterations we could make to the entrance. And we have plans that we've drawn as alternative entrances if they're worried about it constricting their entrance off of Rosina. The other thing was Gary King concerned that parking comes into alleyway. That's not an alleyway, that's a quitclaim deed to our client's property, and the church got the other quitclaim deed on the other side. It's not an access or ingress easement, nor is it an alley or a public road or a private road. It just was an easement that was converted by quitclaim to private property for the use of our client, and then the other half for the use of the church. The other thing is, because we're dating this parking, it's going to be fenced. So they're not going to be able to access the church's parking from our parking lot, from the majority of our parking lot. I can't speak to what happens after hours or who might try and park there. I'm sure it sounds like they've had previous trouble with, maybe it's the school or the traffic there, but our traffic count was negligible compared to what the existing use was. So there's not any traffic pattern that we're changing with this building. And the use was almost as intense with a 15,000, actually it was really close to the same traffic count as the 15,000 square foot office building. So if they've lived with the bank being occupied by the bank, even though it is a different use, the use was as intense as this use, with traffic coming in at 8 a.m. for work and leaving at 5 p.m. There was also concerns that Gary had. This was that all the concerns on the parking? Joe. Oh, I also wanted to point out something on the dumpsters, and there was some discussion about access. And what they have here is 20-foot wide access here that goes both to dumpsters over here and also allows this portion of the site to be two-way traffic. So I just wanted to point that out. UPS trucks aren't coming through here. They're coming off Cerrillos Road and coming in here, delivering, going into one of the two main entries. There's one main entry right here that connects through the building by a corridor, and there's one main entry in this private garage area. So I'm not worried about UPS deliveries or those kind of deliveries. They actually have the room they need to come in and do that. I was going to let Hunter talk a little bit about the building stepbacks and Commissioner Hansen's concerns. And I think I got the more technical ones answered for you all. There you go.
Okay. Commissioner Hansen, thank you for your comments and your questions. I know you have a concern about the water budget, and the water budget is something that will be approved by Water Resources prior to the development plan being recorded.
We do include irrigation in it?
Yeah, we do include irrigation in it. We also are planning on including passive water harvesting for irrigation. We've been working with our engineer on how to do some passive water harvesting for the irrigation on these landscape areas. So we're planning on doing that. In terms of adding solar, it would be possible to add additional solar on this portion of the building. We would need to discuss that with our clients. The east wall, and I believe you brought this up in the ENN meeting as well, and I did make a note of it, but we have not revised our drawings yet because we wanted to present the same drawings that we presented at the ENN. And you were talking about this east wall being raised to provide more privacy for the units on the bottom floor. And then also right here is the fitness area. So absolutely, we would be happy to raise that wall. I think it's a great idea. And we have noted that on our plans. I think it's a good idea for the residents as well. We don't want to raise it so much to where it completely cuts off their light, because there is only a 5-foot setback there, but we will take a look at that.
We're thinking of maybe, I think we probably show a 36-inch wall right now height, and we could go to 48 or 54. And that is at 48, I'm sorry. But we could go a little bit higher and still not make it feel like you're in a hole. And that's what we don't want to feel. That's what we've done with this building, is opened it up everywhere.
As for the step backs of the building, we don't have step backs particularly between the first and second floor. What we have instead is we've broken into the building, and actually it'll be easier for me to show you on the floor plan. We're cutting into the building with portals and cutting into the building to add private space. We're cutting in on the second floor. This is the second floor here. We're putting in with the portals to add private space, but then also to keep the unit square footage larger. So on the first and second floor, we do not step back the entire perimeter of the facade, but we do step back portions of it by cutting into the building with these portals. On the third floor, however, we do start to, my third floor. So this is the second floor, I'm sorry. On the third floor, we do start to step back a little bit more. We start to step the building back here. We step the building back at this point. We step the building back on this side. So we do start on the third floor to step the building back further. And then, of course, on the roof.
Yeah, there's big setbacks on the stairs.
And there's big setbacks on the stairs on the roof. And then the proposed portal on the roof is stepped back at least, I think it's 10 feet from here. So it's even further I think maybe it's 10 feet from here. And so that would be almost not visible when you're standing close to the building. As far as the brick location on the facade, I agree. I do like the idea of the oil rub bronze better than a black. So we'll take a look at that option for these dark stain colors and for the metal colors. Just to show you what we're proposing. First of all, on the yard walls, we have a brick sort of wainscoting on the bottom base on the bottom of these yard walls, and then possibly a brick cap. I'm not sure yet. We haven't detailed those yard walls yet. Then on the first floor, we have a stucco wall with a brick coping. Then the second floor, the whole facade is a brick facade. However, in order to distinguish the second floor from the brick coping so it doesn't feel too heavy, what we would like to do is we would like to use a lighter colored mortar in between those bricks to soften up the feel of the bricks so it doesn't feel so heavy and weighty, and to give it a different look so it's distinguished from the coping, not only in pattern but in color. Then on top of this brick facade, we would have metal coping. The metal coping would be about the same thickness to mirror the brick original traditional brick coping. On the third story, the coping on top of the third story parapet would also be metal. But then when we step up to the roof, the stair tower and elevator towers would also be brick. So we have a balance of brick, 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 and it's kind of a nice aesthetic balance in terms of where the brick is located. I hope that answers all of your questions.
Thank you, Eric. You have your hand up. Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't have my hand up, sir.
Oh,
I just want.
Eric, no. Oh, I'm sorry. That's in the panelists. Never mind, Dan. I'm off. Okay.
Mr. Chair, one of our staff members, Mr. Arcani, would like to speak.
Yeah, can you move him over? You with us, Eric? Eric Oni?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you. I've got a couple quick points to help inform this decision, maybe. Number one, the MPO staff, as part of the design review team, reviewed this plat as it relates to circulation, as it relates to parking, and other things related to pedestrian and bicycle parking. Our first observation was that we are in agreement and support the parking plan as delivered. We believe that not only the parking plan supports what the code speaks to, but also there's a strategic advantage of the location that you might want to consider is the off-street parking potential on Rosina. Also, as it relates to the design and the existing structure of Rosina Street, the pavement curb to curb is 40 feet, right? We had a nice discussion with our friends at Streets to think about maybe striping Rosina to accommodate more sufficient movements of traffic, but 40 feet is more than sufficient to accommodate 2 lanes of traffic and parking on both sides of that street. Understanding and very aware that there is a school right next door. The school has also produced what is a turn bay in the redevelopment of that property about 10 years ago that accommodates the bus traffic. So we have no concerns about Rosina other than perhaps the city might consider doing some striping that would accommodate both parking, a bike lane, and sufficient space for automobile passage. Number two, that often doesn't comes up, but the fact that this property is 215 feet from the nearest bus stop on Osage, a little further from the other side of Osage for number 2 bus stop, 400 feet from the nearest Route 2 Cerritos Road bus drop, and then a few more feet to get across the street. We take that the access to transit seriously as a component of parking, as a component of how we look at the transportation elements. In short, we have no concerns about parking, traffic movements, as it's been provided by the good folks at traffic engineering, traffic impact analysis. And thank you for your time. That's all I have.
Thank you. Before we go to Commissioner Pava and followed by Commissioner Lawrence, Dan, you had some things you needed to add.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add just a condition for affordable housing that they address affordable housing with our affordable housing department prior to recording the plat. Also, with regard to the variance, as the applicant noted, the information did come in after I sent the review up the chain for the packet to the Planning Commission. So I have not had a chance to review any of the components of the updated variance criteria that the applicant presented tonight. So if you're going to deliberate on that, I will not be able to provide any input on the variance criteria, only the one that I reviewed.
Thank you, Mr. Escobar. Commissioner Pava, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. First, I'd like to say that my impression of the development is it's echoing what Mr. Audi just said. This is an excellent example of adaptive reuse, moderate density infill that has a pleasant yet contemporary design, right off the busiest street in Santa Fe. As Mr. Audi said, serviced by public transportation as well. And the added feature was the green roof, or the fancy term biophilic design, which we haven't done yet in Santa Fe. This is all very interesting, this project. The issue of the variance is where I'll have some questions for staff and the applicant and perhaps the attorney. First of all, in Exhibit B, Mr. Escabel, findings of fact number 2, page 2 of 3. I read it and I read it again, and I'm not sure what demonical design standards are, but I think it's pretty damn funny. Was that supposed to be nominal, or is this a word that maybe I don't know this word? Could you enlighten me on that? Or
Mr. Chair, I
is that
guess,
a
my
typo or
spell
what?
check didn't work correctly. It's supposed to be dimensional.
Okay, yeah, I
apologize.
read it. Maybe some of my fellow commissioners read it. Sometimes when you read the staff report and you come across something like that, it wakes you up, and I think you should throw in stuff like that just to make sure we're awake. Thank you.
Many times you read what you want to see as opposed to being able to correct.
Absolutely, I do it all the time. Next question I have for staff, perhaps Mr. Escabel, is this is a C2 zone, and therefore a hotel could go on this property, couldn't it?
Mr. Chair, any use that is allowed within the C2 district is allowed to propose a development plan within this property, as long as they meet the infrastructure requirements for that specific and intended use. We would process it.
Sure. Given the size of the property, there are any number of similar hotel type properties all along Cerritos. Some good, some bad, some ugly. Okay. This is for this next question has to do with the calculation of the average grade of the lot. When I was doing this sort of thing back too long ago, we would calculate average grade to determine whether or not the building height exceeded the limits of the zone. And I do see that this lot does slope a little bit, maybe not a lot. And I'm wondering if our codes ask that we use that in the calculation, or if that was considered, or is that not relevant?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
I'm wondering if the calculation for the height of the building, an average grade was used, since the lot does appear to slope from one direction to another. I think it slopes down toward Rosina. So if you calculated the building height on average grade, it might be a little less of a variance, or maybe not a variance.
Mr. Chair, I use the calculations that the applicant submitted. So if they didn't use that average relevant to the slope plus 4 feet, I'm not quite sure that I had those dimensions to actually look at. But the slope is actually gently sloping. I don't necessarily know if the slope is going to make much of a difference to the
Sure.
height.
Thank you. I just wanted to know that. So the information came from the applicant. So that's something the applicant might want to take a look at regarding the variance. And by the way, I thought that your analysis for the variance, Mr. Escabel, was spot on based on the information you were provided and the facts as they are. Notwithstanding that we have some new potential findings, facts that might also be applicable. My next question is, do we know how high, say like a communication tower would be allowed in C2 district? You know, let's say, Sprint or T-Mobile or something comes in, and I know there's federal exemptions and whatnot. How high could a tower be in this location? You know that?
Mr. Chair, depending on how it meets our telecommunication ordinance, it's going to vary to within the limits of the height requirements and those exemptions for rooftop appurtenances, or it would require a variance if it doesn't totally comply with the telecommunication requirements, or it was exempt from the telecommunication requirements. In a C2 district, a telecom tower is eligible to go up to 100 feet in a C2 district if it qualifies under 1462E.
Thank you. That's 100, up to 100 feet. Okay. This question I would have for the applicant. When you showed the proposed floor plans, I think I saw what looks like furniture, maybe tables and chairs. Maybe I'm wrong, but if I'm right, and if so, is there an intent that these are furnished apartments? Could you elaborate, enlighten me?
No, they are not furnished apartments. So that is just a visual aid.
Okay, so they're just a visual aid. And when we're approving the development plan, we're not approving the tables and chairs as they're located in the various living rooms and the beds in their bedrooms.
We just wanted you to know how they look all furnished in case you wanted to rent one of the units. Hey, Commissioner Pava, I also want to go back to this question that Dan had about that you had about the measurement. If you actually look at our west elevation, you're right. We really don't even need a variance on the south side because it's 45 foot 8 inches. Do you see that west elevation? Oh, not, where's the, there we go. There we go. So you see, you were right about the grade drop. Do you see the grade drop, sir?
Yes.
So here's the 52 foot 4, but then you come over here and it's 49.8. So really the variance is asking, if you average it out, you would probably come to the middle of the structure and say, okay, we need, you know, a little less than 7. We're asking 7'4". It may be averaging about a 5 foot variance to get this structure in.
That is something I would urge you to consider if it's pertinent and if, depending on how we determine to vote on the variance piece of this. And then see, I think that is the extent of my questions, except one question to Ms. Fagali, which regards protocol. If I or one of my fellow commissioners were to motion for a deferral of the variance, would that simply be, could we approve the development plan and then motion to defer? How would that be done this evening?
What do you mean by defer?
I mean that we just defer the second piece of this second hearing, the variance, to a subsequent meeting. Otherwise, I would imagine that could we cite as findings of fact the applicant has submitted, although personally based on Mr. Escobar's lack of review and the staff's lack of review, I would be very hesitant to do that personally.
I would recommend that you do not vote on either case in that case and postpone both of them until either the next meeting or a date certain, possibly the March meeting, March 3rd meeting. I suppose you could vote on one, but I think it makes sense to keep them together if you don't feel comfortable voting on both. And yeah, I have not seen the new variance criteria other than what we were just presented, and certainly have not been able to review it, nor has other staff.
But it is possible that we could vote for approval of the development plan and vote for, in this case, he's recommending a denial of the variance. So an approval, we would vote for a denial of the second motion.
Yes, in this case, you can
something would
deny the variance. And,
okay.
But if you do that, then it would not be taking into account the new, the new variance facts or whatever we want to call them would not have been reviewed by staff in that case.
Correct. Thank you. That's very helpful. Mr. Chair, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner Pava. We have Commissioner Lawrence, followed by Commissioner Setenia, Faulkner, and Vice Chair Hogan. Commissioner Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, Mr. Enfield, I was wondering if you could pull up the diagram again of your parking? I had a question for clarification about the access. Thank you. So you had said, so you had actually confused me a bit when you had referred to the quit claiming of the alleyway, former alleyway, whatever that might be. And I wanted to clarify, as I understand it, people who are using the parking lot for this new development would have ingress and egress off Cerrillos, but only ingress off Rosina, and they would have to go then out off Cerrillos. Is that correct, or is there another access that I'm missing there?
Yes, and my point was not all the cars would have to come onto Rosina, because some of our required parking is also over in this area here, and they would only come in and exit from the Cerrillos Road area.
So just to be clear though, if someone were to do that, if they were entering off Cerrillos into
Right.
that partial parking area and that parking area was full, they would have to go out and all the way around, turning right onto Cerrillos and looping around back to Rosina. Is that correct?
We're actually thinking that these are assigned parking areas, and there'll be no question for the residents on where they park, and there'll be assigned parking areas to control the parking. And there'll
Okay.
be no question about where they park and how they can enter this way or enter this way. If they're in this part of the development, they'll probably enter here through this entrance. If they're in this portion of the development, they can come through this main entry.
Okay, thank you. That helps. And then if they are driving, if they are using your parking lot, though, they would all be exiting out off onto Cerrillos.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was the question that I had. So you can close that slide if you like. The only other thing that I really wanted to bring up at this point was that I do still have concerns about the potential variance as well. I appreciate that you provided more information. I do wish that it was earlier, but that was specific to criterion 1. And I would say I still have particular concerns about criteria 2 and 4 more than anything. Criteria 2 states that the special circumstances cited in criteria 1 make it infeasible for reasons other than financial costs to develop the property in compliance with Chapter 14. And criteria 4 says that the variance is the minimum variance possible, essentially. And it raises the question of why is it not possible to just make the building lower, cut out a story, if we're looking at reasons other than financial cost. I'm intrigued by Commissioner Pava's suggestion to possibly defer, and perhaps that would give more time to have the staff review what you've already provided and see if that affects the other criteria at all. But I wanted to raise those additional concerns about those other criteria while I had the floor. Mr.
Commissioner,
Chair.
I just want to say that I think that is fine with us. This building doesn't rely on the shade structure. The shade structure is somewhat of a luxury, but it's also to make the open space more usable. I think if there wasn't a shade structure up there, it'd be basically a unused roof. And I think the shade structure is important, but it's important enough that we're willing to delete it from the building, which is what we have, because the variance won't allow it unless you vote yes on the variance, and come back to the board and be more specific in our answers to the variance questions. We thought we'd gotten the revised variance questions in time. We got it within hours of Dan's request, but it was he'd already moved the packet on, and that's why it's not in. I think the date on that we sent it to him was, I don't know, but it was, and it's fine. If it didn't get in the package and you're uncomfortable with it, we're fine coming back to the commission to specifically discuss that variance and also to work harder on our questions with Dan because he's been swamped. And, you know, we got this information very late and request. And, you know, it just kind of in the Zoom and COVID world we live in, the packet was submitted prior to us getting him this revised questions. And I'm sorry about that, Commissioner.
So, Mr. Enfield, you would potentially be open to postponing if that is what the commission were to decide to do.
Postponing the variance portion, there's two separate applications that you're looking at. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Chair, I have nothing else at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Lawrence. Commissioner Satenya, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just want to go back to the variance, and Dan, I'm not sure what you're comfortable answering these questions in terms of your review, but I did have some questions about criterion number 1, and specifically about the common open space. What is the requirement on this property for open space?
Mr. Chair, that's actually, Commissioner Centennial, that is actually in the memo. I did include specific criteria for the open space. The open space for multifamily starts at 250 square feet per unit, with 250 square feet per unit established on the ground floor. Then they can use the balance of that open space for the remaining portion of the rest of the stories, because they don't have to put a 250 unit balcony on the second and third story. So they can opt for some common open space somewhere on the property, or in this case, both in the center of the building as well as on the rooftop. So the applicant has, between what they've provided in the center of the building as well as on the rooftop, would have exceeded the requirement for the calculations associated per unit at 250 square feet per unit.
Okay. And would you say that given the existing footprint that was designed or fell under the requirements of 1971, the parking space requirements, has actually limited the amount of open space that they can, it is impacting the development of this building because of the open space requirement? Do you believe that to be the case?
Mr. Chair, when you're going from one use to another use, many times you're going to always find that the buildings have been designed for a specific intention. And when you change that intention, you're required to meet the full aspect of the code relative to those uses. So open space for residential use is going to be required, and they have to provide that. If they can't provide that, then they must apply for a variance and meet the variance standards. So in this case, the building itself is a single-story structure that was used for non-residential use and only had to utilize up to 60% of the open space, or 60% of the property for open space, which could have been identified in the parking areas, inside their terrain, drainage areas. And I think over time it probably got hard surfaced over. But it's a different category because it's a different use. So it's hard to compare those two uses together and then identify that the building's not going to work for its intended use. Those are going to be buildings all over the city, especially when you get into the industrial areas along Silo Road, where some of those warehouses are being repurposed, but they're almost completely covering those sites. And then when you want to go into retail, you need parking, open space, and a whole bunch of other things. So in this case, they have to meet the open space for the residential component for its new use.
Got it. And would you feel comfortable classifying this as a parcel as a legal non-conforming lot at this point?
Mr. Chair, a legal non-conforming lot,
given the challenges that they face to actually develop this, and yes, it's a different use, but I mean, with the general plan and the commitment towards infill, we're going to run into these challenges, and I think this is a good example of how are we using these criteria to actually forward those objectives.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Satenias, members of the commission, a legal non-conforming lot is probably one of the hardest to come up with, because, for instance, in a C2 district, there's no minimum lot size. So just because it's a small lot doesn't make it non-conforming. Just because the lot may have been created prior to 1962, given the standards today, still doesn't make it non-conforming, because it's conforming to, well, there's no standard for how big that lot can be in terms of size. So I don't know how we would categorize the lot in and of itself as non-conforming. You know, if it were to have gone through a lot split, even if it were to have gone smaller, it still would be conforming to the C2 district and the design standards for the lots allowed within a C2 district. The only difference is the lot gets smaller and smaller to meet the infrastructure design criteria for whatever intended use they wanted to put on that property.
Okay. So it seems like maybe that criteria might not even apply to this case when evaluating the criterion of whether, you know, this could be approved. Well, I think I'm definitely interested in hearing more from staff's review of the argument that's been proposed by the applicant regarding the variance. I think this actually starts to make sense to me in terms of a case where we could actually approve something such as this. So I yield the floor back.
Thank you, Commissioner Satenia. Commissioner Faulkner.
So Dan, I don't want to put you on the spot big time, but I'm going to try. You have been at land use for quite some time. What is your initial thoughts on what they submitted after the deadline?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Faulkner, to be honest, as busy as I have been, I have not had a chance to fully analyze their changes to the variance criteria and how those changes affect all the other standards across the board. Usually the first one sets up the criteria for the balance. It is hard to get past the second item on the variance criteria. Normally, variances are not designed to exceed the standards, but allow an applicant to meet the standards given some unusual circumstance relative to the same standards that apply across the board to everybody in the same district. They're asking to exceed those standards. So their circumstance must be more adaptive to meeting all of the criteria in a very unique way. And unfortunately, I just haven't had a chance to look at that.
Okay, thanks, Dan. The other thing I would say with regard to this case is that infill is going to be a critical part of how we manage housing in what is now a city. And I think one of the difficult issues we're facing as a community is that we want to be a town, but unfortunately we have now become a city. And this project to me is an example of the kind of projects, if we're gonna move, if we have to cross that bridge from a town to a city, this is an ideal project to me. And we've discussed over and over again how the code is not up to date with what we're facing as a community with regard to housing and a litany of other issues that we're facing. And so there's been a reluctance. I've been on the Planning Commission for 5 or 6 years now. And the first year I got on the Planning Commission, I was pushing for us to address the code and address the general plan. And that has not happened for many reasons. I don't think anyone in particular is to blame for that, but it does pose a philosophical question for me as a commissioner. Do we forego opportunities that will answer the needs of our community because our code is backdated and antiquated? I struggle a lot with the cost benefit analysis of projects like this because it doesn't meet the code, and we've all agreed the code is antiquated. Then should we not make a responsible decision to approve a project like this, because we all know the code is antiquated and that this kind of project is in line with the kind of development we want in the general plan. And so this is something I'm struggling with. I like this project. I think it's the kind of project that we need to look to as an example of what can happen in the future to move our town mentality as a community into the reality of being a city and the needs for infrastructure and housing that a city requires. And so this is just kind of, I don't know, those are just my thoughts initially, is that this is the kind of project that I think we would approve as a city, but I do think that our code and some of our community members feel like we're still a town. And that's kind of where I think we struggle as a city. That's all I have, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Faulkner. Vice Chair Hogan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the applicant's done a good job of establishing the need for the portal between the need for shade. It also allows the addition of the solar collectors, which I agree with Commissioner Hanson in her assessment of that the more solar we can get, the better. I think the applicant in the last case we heard did a good job of establishing the height of the building relative to other buildings in the area. And I'm thinking maybe that might help in this case as well, because I'm familiar with the churches around there, and I would guess that they might even exceed the height that you guys are proposing. I sense from your comments that you would prefer to have the building approved without the variance, since it just means the removal of the portal, for that to be voted on we could table that for the next meeting and give staff and the rest of the commission a chance to thoroughly review that criteria. I was tempted earlier to say, we could take the time to review that and either make a motion to accept that criteria, but I can tell from comments from other commissioners that that's probably going to take too long and we want to give it a more thorough review. So I think it's a good project and I'd like to help move it forward. So I guess my suggestion would be we vote to table the variance, but I will wait till the appropriate time to make a motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hogan. Any other commissioners? There's nothing else. I have nothing. You guys did a good job. So if anybody wants to make a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Please do.
All right, if I can get the criteria up here. Okay. In case number 2021-4654 2020 Rosina Development Plan, I'd like to move to approve as submitted with the conditions established by staff, and also include in that the approval of the conditions. Anyway, I'm just having a senior moment here. Anyway,
Vice Chair, Mr. Escabel, and we didn't talk anything about affordable housing, but it needs to be addressed as one of the conditions.
I would include that in the motion.
Include that in the motion. Is there anything else that we've forgotten or passed up?
I was trying to clarify my last point, which was approving the findings of fact and conclusions of law. So,
Commissioner Satini, a second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. If we can have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Clow?
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner?
Yes.
Commissioner Hogan?
yes.
Commissioner Lawrence?
Yes.
Commissioner Pava?
Yes.
Commissioner Satania?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could go on to the next case and make a motion on that.
Please.
In the case of case number 2021-4655 2020 Rosina variance, I move we table this case to the next meeting?
March meeting, I think we're having a second one in February. But that may be too quick.
Whatever staff feels is appropriate to give it a thorough review. I know Dan is under a lot of pressure these days. They're short-staffed. So if it's the March meeting, then that would be fine.
Mr. Escobar, any input?
Mr. Chair, I'll definitely work with the applicant on the variance. If there's a way we can work this out without a variance, we'll also take a look at that. But March it would work fine. I think your February, your next meeting is going to be quite big.
Mr. Pava would like to second that motion if it's appropriate.
Yes, we have a motion and a second. If we can get a roll call, please.
Commissioner Clow,
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner,
No, explain my vote.
Go
okay,
ahead,
Commissioner Hogan,
Yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Pava,
Yes.
Commissioner Satania.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Commissioner Faulkner?
I just feel like we're in a position where we're gonna have to start making decisions that may not be in line with the code because we know the code is not, it's not up to date. And I feel like this is a great opportunity and tabling it is just cost money and time. And so I voted no for the tabling.
Thank you, Commissioner Faulkner.
Just wanted to add, thank you all commissioners for looking at the two projects, and I really appreciate your time tonight.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you.
evening.
Mr. Chair, before we start, if you can give me a little bit of time to add the next case applicants for panelists, there's a few of them.
While he's doing that, I will read into the record our next case. Hold on, I'm scrolling through 1,200 pages. So our next case is going to be case number 2021-4377, Caja de Oro Subdivision General Plan Amendment. Case 2021-4378, Caja de Oro Subdivision Rezoning. Case 2021-4379, Caja de Oro Subdivision Preliminary Development Plan. Case 2021-4381, Caja de Oro Preliminary Subdivision Flat. And Ms. Wine is our presenter. Are you ready, Mr. Escobar? We good?
Yes, Mr. Chair, where'd you go?
Okay, put it down.
Can you see my screen? Is that coming up?
Donna, I can't hear you. I don't know about the rest.
I'm not muted at all. Dan, do you have me muted?
I can't hear her either, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Donna, we're having a hard time hearing you.
Dan, can you? I'm not muted on my screen.
Your volume is really low, Donna. I don't know what's going on. There is some, but we can't understand anything you're saying.
I'm not muted at all, and I'm talking really loud. So can you hear me now? I mean, I.
Just got better.
Oh, okay, now I've got my screen up. Can you see that?
Not yet.
No.
It was up and it went down.
All right. See if I can get that again. Is that on the screen?
Oh, sorry. Hey, Donna, I think you may be physically blocking your mic somehow because you're coming and going. Like sometimes we can hear you just fine and then it fades out. I'm not sure.
I haven't done anything different. So, and I've got the, it's not muted.
We can hear you now, but we
Okay,
can't.
hear you now.
Got my screen up on.
Now we can't.
Yeah, can you help me out here? I mean, I've got my screen up, so I don't know what the problem is. If I can approach it some other way here. Hold on a second.
Mr. Chair, it's obvious he's having some severe audio problem. Donna, maybe you might want to use the call-in feature and use your mobile phone to call in so that we have the audio from the mobile phone and the video from your computer.
Up on the screen now?
No.
Now you're completely muted, Donna. Nobody can hear you.
If the screen sharing isn't working, maybe you should sign out and back in. I don't know why that wouldn't be working though.
It's 8:47. Donna, why don't you sign out and back in and we will all meet back in 5 minutes. That work for everybody?
Yes.
Donna, do you want to unmute yourself and we'll see if we can hear you?
Okay, I unmuted it. Can you hear me?
You much better. So I hope it stays that way. Now, if
Something
you
went
just
wrong with my computer. Sorry about that.
get your screen sharing, we should be in good shape.
Okay. And, I am waiting for Dan to allow me to share my screen because there's no controls on my computer right now.
Okay.
Hopefully I'll get that going.
Donna, you've been elevated to a panelist. You should be able to share your screen.
Okay, there's no controls on my computer here at all on my Zoom.
Let me take you out and add you again.
There you go.
Right. Okay, so you can hear me?
We can hear you. We can see your screen.
I got some gremlin in my computer, I think. So sorry about that. Okay, so all right, do we have everybody? Are we ready to go?
Go ahead and start. I'm pretty sure we have most everybody.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, sorry for the delay. This is a 4-part case and it's Caja del Oro subdivision. Case number 2021 4377 is Caja del Oro subdivision general plan amendment. James Siebert of James W. Siebert and Associates, Inc., agent for the Pulte Group of New Mexico. Applicant requests approval of a general plan future land use map amendment to change the future land use classification from very low density residential, 1 to 3 dwelling units per acre, to medium density residential, 7 to 12 dwelling units per acre, and community commercial to medium density residential, 7 to 12 dwelling units per acre. The property is approximately 16.21 acres of land on 8 individual lots to be consolidated. And the properties are located at.
Donna, let me stop you for 1 second. I'm sorry. Melissa, can you hear us? Can you hear me? Melissa, are you there with us?
Uh-oh. She's got gremlins too.
You're muted, Melissa. See if you can unmute and if you're with us, if you can hear me. Patricia.
I can hear you. I don't know what's going on with everyone else.
Okay. If Melissa can't hear us, can she go back and get this on Zoom if she needs to sign out and sign back in, or do we need to wait for her?
We are fine, I believe, unless we need to, until we need to swear someone in, because I can't do that yet.
Okay.
Unless there's some other staff member who is able to swear people in. But I believe for transcribing, we're okay because it's being recorded.
Okay, you're comfortable with that? Let's go ahead and keep going. I'm sorry, Donna. And I will ask her to sign back in and out. Go ahead.
with the addressing. The properties are located at 1905, 1950, 00 and 1941 Caja del Oro Grant Road, and 4, 5, and 7 Hernandez Road.
Is Donna, I think we're having a hard time hearing you.
You heard me before though, right?
It did work before, but now you're super quiet again.
All right, I can really talk
Now,
loud.
now you're fine.
Okay, really weird, but thank you. Okay, I was just reading that last line in the first caption, which is, yeah, the properties are located at 1905, 1950, 00, and 1941 Caja del Oro Grant Road, and 4, 5, and 7 Hernandez Road. The second case of this 4-part series is case number 2021-4378. And that is a request, rezoning approval from R1 residential 1 dwelling unit per acre to R10 residential 10 dwelling units per acre, and C2, which is general commercial, to the R10 residential 10 dwelling units per acre. The next case caption is 2021-4379. That's a preliminary development plan, and this applicant requests approval of a development plan for an 88 single-family home development. And that is the last, I'll just go to the last case caption, 2021-4381, which is requests approval of a preliminary subdivision plat for 88 single-family lots. The recommendations are laid out on page 2 there. The staff is recommending that the commission should recommend approval by the governing body of the general plan amendment and recommend approval of the governing body of the rezoning to R10. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I think Melissa tried to break in. Hold on one second.
Oh,
Melissa,
okay.
are you back with us? Melissa, are you back with us? Okay, go ahead, Donna.
Okay, thank you. Thirdly, the commission should recommend approval by the governing body preliminary development plan, subject to conditions of approval and technical corrections outlined in this report, and governing body approval of all other applicant requests. Staff recommends approval of the preliminary subdivision plat with the conditions of approval and technical corrections listed in this report, and governing body of all other applicant requests. The 10 motions there are listed. Recommend the governing body approve or deny the general plan amendment. Recommend the governing body approve or deny the rezoning. Approve or deny preliminary development plan subject to the conditions of approval and technical corrections recommended by staff. Approve or deny the preliminary subdivision subject to the conditions of approval and technical corrections recommended by staff. Approve or deny findings of fact and conclusions of law for case 2021-4371, 2021-4378, 2021-4379, 2021-4381. Conditions of approval are listed there on your page 3. There's 4. There is a significant one I'll point out. According to we had lots of we had a meeting, on some of the street standards, which were modified with the case with the development, but the MPO is requesting that there be a roundabout at Caja del Oro at the subdivision entrances. And then there's two conditions of approval by the Water Division and also land use, the Technical Review Division. The application was reviewed according to the criteria for general plan amendment, and this was broken up, this review, into 2 parts. One was to review how the request was for low density to medium density residential. The low density designation is along pretty much the east side of this overall property that runs along Camino Cementario. So this evaluation based on these criteria, staff found that the applicant addressed these and that these criteria were satisfied. And The next evaluation was from community commercial designation, which is the bulk of the property. It's according to both actually the general plan and the Southwest Area Master Plan. The bulk of the property is designated for future land use as community commercial. So the applicant wants to amend that from community commercial to medium density residential. And those criteria the applicant addressed and met. So those are laid out for you. The rezoning approval criteria is from R1 and C2 to the R10 district. Those were evaluated and staff felt that they were addressed. I'm not going to go through all these. I know that the applicant will want to go into these more in depth. So again, the criteria for the development plan approval, those are addressed by the applicant and satisfied based on staff's analysis, and the preliminary subdivision plat also addressed and met by the applicant. There were two early neighbor notification meetings. The first one was May 11th and the second on August 10th. There was a second one due to their revision of their plan to basically go from 80 to 88 dwelling units, and the applicant will probably get more into that, but essentially they just modified their design to get the additional 8 units. The expiration of these are laid out on your last page there. The general plan and plan amendment and the zoning, of course, don't expire, they run with the land. And then the others do potentially expire. So with that, I would like to mention that I did get a couple questions regarding why are they going for the R10 zoning district, when in fact, and it was mentioned briefly in the report that really the density is 5.36 units per acre, but they're requesting R10. So of course, the property is zoned commercially. It's in the C2 zoning district that allows for a residential development. It's more of a performance-based type of a thing, and it allows for residential, but it's based on a development plan. I think the applicant is going for a consistent residential zoning district on this property. They want to be able to have a little bit more flexibility than just going for a single-family zoning district. You get your standard setback requirements. With that type of district, they're looking at an R10 district to allow for more flexibility according to a development plan, because this type of zoning district does require a development plan. So I think that in a nutshell explains it. Maybe there's a little bit more that the applicant wants to add to that, but I wanted to point that out. Also, at the time of producing this publication of this report, I got a late submittal from a neighbor, or excuse me, from the president of the Algo Fria Village Association. That was William Mee. So I did add that as an attachment, and that's Exhibit F in your report. It's an email with several different attachments, and I'll just really briefly mention that. There's a resolution, a joint resolution between the city and the county, recognizing the existence of open items related to annexation, establishing negotiating teams to develop non-binding proposals to resolve those items. There's another resolution, 2021 the first one was 2021-105, and there's a resolution number 2022. I think that was a number to be filled in by the city on that one, as you'll see if you look at that. The second resolution is 2021-08. And that resolution is requesting concessions from the developers. And then resolution 2021-06, a resolution supporting efforts and to preserve night skies. I think I hit all of those. I'm not going to go into really getting into those right now. There are some things that I think can be accommodated pretty easily, but I'll just leave it at that. We did get that in late, and they're in your packet as Exhibit F. Let's see if there's anything I need to bring up. I think that's essentially it. So I will conclude and just say I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Melissa, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Can hear you perfect. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Siebert, if you want to get sworn in, if you have a presentation.
Yes, thank you. I thought we'd bring in some of the other members of the team at the same time and, save a little bit of time here. What we have is with us tonight is Bert Thomas, who is the traffic engineer with Bohannon Houston. Kevin Patton, who is the vice president of planning for Pulte. I don't see Sheldon Greer. He was a civil engineer. And we have Carl Summer. I don't know, Carl, are you still sworn or do you have?
I am. I've been sworn already.
All right. So if we could, swear in those people that I just mentioned, and then they'll do their names and addresses as they come up.
Thank you, will do. Do you all swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. Thank you. And when you speak, please state your name and address for the record.
So I'll be, Carl is going to begin the presentation, and we have a PowerPoint. We'll bring that up so you can see he has a few slides that he's going to review, and then I'll take over at that point.
Members of the commission, thank you very much. My name is Carl Summer, as you know, and my mailing address is Post Office Box 2476, Santa Fe, New Mexico 87504. I'm going to be brief. I think that what is critical to not only this proposal, but many proposals like this that have come before the commission is the context of this particular property, the history, and who is behind it. So I'm going to talk a little bit about those things. Who's behind this? What is the context of this and the history of this property? And how does this fit into the needs of our community right now? Because that is important to my client. So who is my client? My client is Carlos Garcia and Sylvia Garcia. And I think Carlos is listening, but he was recently hospitalized with COVID and is now recovering and on his way to recovery. So I'm making this portion of the presentation. I know Carlos and Sylvia very well. They are a local family. Carlos came here from Mexico when he was 18, married Sylvia. They've raised their family here. They've invested in this community, and this property is part of a long-term investment that Sylvia and Carlos have made in this community. And this is an important aspect of their living here. Specifically, they want this project to fit with an overall vision of something that they've thought about and worked on for decades. So if we could go to the slide. So this is the area where we're dealing with on this slide. This is off of the county's GIS for the assessor's map. And right there where it says Agua Fria Fire and Rescue, that's the area of the property that is representing. But you see all these líneas, which are those strips of land to the right, and then the boxes down below. Well, Carlos and Sylvia spent many years assembling all of those properties, all the líneas, up until I think the second layer of líneas, all the way from top to bottom, from the river all the way down. They assembled these properties and invested in them, invested all they had in it, and they have a vision for this. And part of that vision is this development. It took a long time and a lot of work with people who'd been there for a long time. Their families had owned the property for a long time. A lot of this property was acquired from the Montoya family. I think Carlos has had to work with 6 or 7 or 8 different families to try and assemble this over a period of time. And he's done it because he wants this to be an essential part of a growing and thriving community. And the current zoning on this property is, if you could go to that slide, that would be great. So this is the way the zoning is right now. When the property was annexed and it got rezoned, it has these 2 criteria. Now, these basic two zonings, and they don't make sense from a planning standpoint necessarily. To the south of this property, it's all zoned C2 up until an apartment complex that Carlos brought to this area, got approved by this planning commission, and is under construction. And it's important in one way. Carlos remains an owner in that apartment complex, and it is moving forward, and he's devoted a great deal of time and energy. Carlos and Sylvia are owners in that. The reason I say that is that demonstrates that this is important to them. This center property that will remain C2 is also an essential portion of Carlos and Sylvia's vision for this overall area. This is an area where Carlos is working on bringing a long sought after grocery store and local community serving commercial kinds of uses. There is plenty of space in this 20.5 remaining acres that are C2 to create the necessary services for this localized community. And as these residential developments build out, simultaneously, Carlos and Sylvia are going to bring in the commercial services that will serve this local community. Services that don't exist right now, that people both in the Agua Fria traditional village and people on the other side of South Meadows and 599, right now they have to travel some distance to get those services. I tell you this because this subdivision is a part of the context of what Carlos and Sylvia wanted to see. To the south, there is this this apartment complex, which is badly needed. And you all hear the statistics every month after month about how there's a shortage, but there's also a huge shortage of single family residential. And this diversity of housing types surrounding a commercial center is exactly the most efficient use of our existing infrastructure. It is in conformance with all of our plans as a community so that people don't have to travel far to receive their services. And it also encourages a diverse and a diversified mix of socioeconomic demographics in this area. People living at different levels in the socioeconomic structure, people in apartments, people in entry-level housing, and so on. That is important to this development, and it represents this development and this proposal. Carlos and Sylvia did not take lightly. They could not undertake this kind of development on their own, though they have invested heavily in the community. This development, this kind of development, takes tens of millions of dollars to get done and get underway and actually produce the housing. So we turn to Pulte, who has likewise invested heavily in our community and continues to invest heavily in our community. Yes, they're a for-profit national company, but there are not local builders who can invest the kinds of level of funds and has the expertise to produce housing both on the timing and the scale that is needed in this community. Pulte represents that opportunity for this development. And they've taken a very sensitive and conscientious approach to the development of this property. They have introduced, I think, a design that circulates well, and it fits nicely with Carlos and Sylvia's vision for this overall property. We all hear this over and over. I was struck last month when I read in the paper that for the first time, Santa Fe's median housing reached 535 and 607 across the county, the median housing. Now, we all know, and you all see it month after month after month, the need for single family housing. And there is no affordable housing program in the country, and certainly not in Santa Fe, that is going to address that need and that crisis in a meaningful way. There is only one way to address housing prices that are under that kind of stress, and that is supply, increase supply. And so this development represents a company and a local family that want to invest in, as quickly as possible, increasing the local supply, the supply of housing. Now, it's not just the numbers of houses, it's also the timing in which that can take place. Pulte has demonstrated over and over their ability to produce in a very accelerated fashion so that it meets supply. That is critical to the development of our community and actually the well-being of our community and the people who live here, who want to live here, our children, the people moving here are looking for jobs. It is the timing and the quantity of housing necessary. Obviously, the code balances that timing and quantity with the quality of life. This development, in our opinion, and Jim and his crew will go through it specifically, addresses the quality of life issues as well as the timing and number of housing that is needed in this community. I say that when I refer to this community, we had the opportunity to reach out and meet with William, me, and another board member, and also Commissioner Hanson. I believe this is in her district, and she has a very strong interest in the community of Agua Fria. This is not in the traditional community. This is in the city. And they asked us to look into various impacts that this development will have. And I wanted to let this commission know that we have an ongoing dialogue with them. They asked us specifically, and it was a big issue in the meeting, was that we please contact the Santa Fe County Fire Department because they have a substation just down Caja del Oro to the, I guess it would be the south and east of this property. And they wanted to make sure that the fire department had been consulted, and this is important to everybody. And one of the things that they suggested was, maybe the fire department would find a roundabout at the intersection, which is at the center of this development. So we did look into that. I did have a conversation, and I will have continuing conversations with the Santa Fe County Fire Department. And I talked to Renee Nix after speaking to the fire marshal, presented the plan, and she reviewed it, and she will continue to review it. She saw no problems with the design from a fire safety or health standpoint. And I asked her specifically about a roundabout. She does not like roundabouts. They are not conducive to the operation of their equipment, and she did not prefer one in this location. Mind you, they are just down the street, so the fire department travels with this. That discussion about being part of the community is important to Carlos and to Sylvia and to Pulte, and we will have that ongoing discussion. There was a whole myriad of other issues that we wrote down. I sent Mr. Mee a kind of summary of our meeting to continue to address the issues that the community of Agua Fria has. I think this is important for you all to know, and it's not just a standalone development with no vision, no context. It's an important part of the vision that Carlos and Sylvia have. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Jim and to the technical experts that have presented this. I think it's important to note that your city staff has recommended approval. And I would stand for any questions that you might have related to the things that I've talked about. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think I omitted my name and address. So it's Jim Siebert, Siebert and Associates. My address is 915 Mercer, Santa Fe, 87505. Let's go down to the arrow now. So this gives you kind of the context. Where does this project actually lies? On the north side is Alameda, which is actually a NMDOT facility. It's considered the frontage road to 599. Caja del Oro actually splits the property, and it's basically, to the south you have Mr. Garcia's remainder area that he's going to be developing in the future. The area to the right is actually more institutional in nature, and we'll talk about that a little more later in the slide. There is a cemetery at the corner of Caja de Oro and Cementerio, Cementerio. And actually, there was some discussion about where is the single family relative to this particular project. In this case, it's approximately, it was a little less than a quarter mile from the boundary of our property to the closest house, which is right here. The river is, the Santa Fe River is sitting down here. This is the community center, the fire station sitting here. And let me go to the next slide. So as Carl pointed out, it's a combination of two different zonings that exist on the property right now. The C2 was a result of a rezoning or approval of a development plan in the extraterritorial area. And when it was annexed, they took that prior approval and they changed it into the closest zoning they had, which was C2 general commercial. The R1 actually is typically it's imposed as a holding zone. And that when, especially all this was part of the city initiated annexation, and what happens is by zoning at R1, the land use staff is fairly confident that whatever happens on the property will be subject to a development review process, in which, in this case, it's certainly subject to that. And our idea is that we want to convert all the property that you see in front of you to R10 in order to make it a consistent zoning district on both sides of Caja de Oro. Let's go to the next one. Yeah. And then I thought we'd just do a quick comparison. What is C2 compared to R10? And C2 obviously allows for a variety of commercial, retail, and apartments. R10 is just single family residential and can be attached and detached. Residential density for C2 is actually based on criteria that just simply, if you can satisfy the standards, you can go to almost any density you want. But typically for apartment projects, it ranges from about 20 to 28 units per acre, or on this property, it'd be about 246 units. We're proposing 88. The lot coverage for C2 is 60%. The lot coverage for R10 is 40%. You can go to 50% with private open space on each lot. Maximum height's 45 feet. Our maximum height is 24. Traffic generation, and this is based on, my assessment of 246 units. AM peaks 116, PM peaks 142 movements. And for this project, it would be, AM peak would be 39, and the PM peak would be 41. The open space requirements are 250 square feet for each ground floor unit. In this case, for the residential, it's none except for the requirements of the code for park requirements. And then obviously there's setbacks where you have to have open space on the lot itself. Let's go to the next one. So this is an unpretty picture of the preliminary development plan, but the two things I really want to point out is that there are 2 points of access off the cul-de-sac. One is here, which is an emergency access to comply with the fire code, that if you're over 30 units, you have to have 2 points of access. This is the second point, and the same is true down here. This is the second point of access. There are interior areas that are landscaped and also used for interior parking. We'll talk about that in a bit. And then there was a condition by the MPO that there be access. There is a strip of land, by the way, between this and the Camino Cementerio roadway. And the MPO said, well, there should be access from the Camino Cementerio to this project. And what we've done is left an easement open here that would allow for that access in the future. The other area down here will also be landscaped, and in this particular case, it will have shelters and then a playground for children in this particular area. The ponding occurs here on the south side because the slope of the land is going this way. And the ponding here is here. Once again, the idea is to landscape this area and make it a real amenity in terms of the project. This is the open space that is would satisfy the city's requirement for open space standards, and it's kind of spread throughout. As you'll see in the next slide, it's really part of the also part of the trail system that's become very important part of this particular development. And what this is shows two types of trails. One is in the blue. We've had conversations with the MPO on this, that apparently there is a recommendation to do a trail along Alameda, and that trail would be 8 feet wide. And we're proposing to work with the highway department. There's a substantial area between our property boundary and the travel lane of Alameda to kind of meander that trail, make it a little more interesting. But in any case, we have sufficient area between here and where the wall begins for the lot, which is 10 feet, to accommodate the 8-foot trail that the MPO would like to see along Alameda. The ones in the red are the internal trail system, and they connect into the blue trail here, would be able to connect into the future commercial development down here. And there are sidewalks. We meet the city standards for street standards with sidewalks on both sides of the street, and sidewalks on Cajo de Oro as well. And one of the issues that always comes up on these higher density projects is, what are you doing for parking? All these people have more than just 2 cars, and each lot is able to accommodate 2 cars in the garage and 2 cars in front of the garage. But sometimes you need more parking than that. And in this particular case, we provided for 79 spaces in the area here around the islands. And then another, 27. And that's between on one side of the street. We don't have parking on both sides. And that would be between the driveways. So if you add those together, what happens is that we end up with about 1.2 parking spaces per dwelling unit. The standard that the city has, and it's not fixed, it's something that's at the discretion of the Planning Commission, that the recommendation is you have 0.5 parking spaces, off-lot parking spaces per dwelling unit. So we exceed that by twice. And then this is, we had kind of a plain Jane. Can we reduce that a little? And maybe just slide it over. Yeah. I guess we got cut off here. But the part, the landscape is going to be a very, very important part of this project. Not only on the interior of it, but on the exterior of it as well. And you can see that the open space areas that I showed you earlier are also going to be well landscaped throughout the project. And then what I want, go ahead. Yeah, I guess we should enlarge this. Yeah. I wanted to raise or just discuss some of the broader land use issues associated with this development. This is the Southwest Santa Fe Community Area Master Plan, and there's some difference of opinion how it relates to the city general plan. It was adopted by the city council, was adopted in 2007 after the general plan was adopted. But it was something that was prepared by the land use office, and it went through a great deal of community review and community comment. So I thought it was important to see exactly what came out of that plan. That the entire area is called the river corridor. The area that we're looking at was designated as community commercial, which is the one in the red. And then around it is the idea was that you have higher density residential development in order to transition from the more intensive commercial. And that's designated residential medium density, which is really 7 to 12 units per acre on this particular plan. The other thing I wanted to point out to you is this is the county zoning code, and it's in this particular case, it shows the Agua Fria Village, what's called the Agua Fria overlay. And there's kind of two segments to the Agua Fria Village. The area down south here, south of the river, is called the traditional village area, and it has a different standard than the area up above. The area up above is residential estates. But I think most importantly, this is Camino Cementerio right here, that this is all county land. This area here is county land. To the north is the Archdiocese land or the Catholic Church land. And it was at one time reserved for a cemetery. In fact, I worked on a cemetery plan. I had a plan approved for this particular area here. What I simply wanted to do is kind of point out that this is really located between institutional property and New Mexico 599. And let me talk, one of the conditions that we need to talk about is there is a list of conditions that the MPO imposed, and we had a meeting with the MPO staff and worked it out so that those conditions no longer apply. With the exception, they still wanted the developer to consider a roundabout at this particular location. And the intent being, at least it's my understanding, that it was pedestrian oriented to slow, traffic down, make it a little safer in this area here. This is the intersection, by the way. It's a little over 400 feet from the intersection here with Alameda to this intersection here. But what this is proposing is, and this is kind of a traditional traffic calming standard, traffic engineering standard, that there would be, sometimes these are called chicanes, because they're a median and then the road moves out from these so that people coming in either direction know that it's a different kind of approach to an intersection. We're proposing this as an alternative to the roundabout, which the county fire is not pleased with having a roundabout on Caja del Oro. They were concerned about having parking along this roadway because that could interrupt the fire vehicles going in and out. So what we'd propose to do is put stop signs along, or no parking signs along this area here, so that that would always be a free of any parking. The other issue that came up, and this is from the traffic study, once again, we have the traffic engineer here if you want to discuss it more, that the right turn movement on to Alameda failed at the AM period, and that was on existing conditions and then adding the traffic from the project. What's proposed is, and we have sufficient room to do this, that we do a dedicated right turn lane so that those people turning left would not block those people turning right. And then that brings the whole traffic into acceptable levels of service at that point. And then this is just simply a cross section of what this looks like here at this point. So I think that's, yeah, that's the end of my presentation. Once again, like I say, I want it clearly understood that on the MPO conditions that we don't want to be subject to those conditions because we feel like we've already addressed them with the MPO. And this issue here that we looked at it considering a roundabout here, but I think overall that this is a preferred method of traffic calming. So with that, we will take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Siebert. This is a public hearing. If there's anybody here from the public that would like to testify on this case, please raise your hand. We will start with Commissioner Hanson. Dan.
Good evening, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening. Go ahead.
Do I need to be sworn in or anything?
No, you were already sworn in.
Okay, so I'm going to say for the record that I was sworn in. So I agree that we, of course, need single family homes. But I think that the South Meadows, Alameda area is already completely overdeveloped. I like the fact that Carl said that they had a vision for this area. They seem to forget about the traffic as part of the vision, Sylvia and Carlos, because South Meadows is definitely a problem, especially a failed intersection at Agua Fria and South Meadows. And then we're going to start putting more traffic onto West Alameda, and maybe you need a roundabout at West Alameda and Calle del Oro Grant Road to allow people to slow down in the traffic. I did ask for them to meet with my County Public Works Department because it is unclear from annexation if Calle del Oro Grant Road has ever been even turned over to the city. I can't say that it has. So it's another one of these issues that consultation between the city and the county, all of this property abuts right up to the county. And so it does concern me. I represent, of course, county. I only have jurisdiction in the county, but this is also in District 2 and of my district. And I see the impacts all over District 2. This is also going to impact the school, which originally the school was built for the village of Agua Fria and their families. And the traditional historic village has, defined itself in that way, and it is historic. And we are trying to keep that integrity there. And part of the integrity is the cemetery and the whole area there. And yes, there is a fire station right there, which does concern me. And then also this is partially backs up to our open space where the Nancy Rodriguez Community Center is. This is a county community center. This is a county open space. This is a county park. Romero Park is a county park. What kind of impact is this development going to do on our county facilities? And what kind of impact should you be paying impact fees possibly to the county for the use of our facilities that you're right abutting next to? So, I mean, there's a lot of things that I don't feel has really been thought through about this development. And I think I'm a fairly progressive person in thinking about the fact that we do need single family housing. I recognize that, but I also recognize what a disaster, in my humble opinion, South Meadows has become and West Alameda. And now you're moving more traffic onto Kai Del Oro Grant Road. And once Kai Del Oro Grant Road leaves this subdivision, it is a county road that is being impacted. And then the village is being impacted because Kai Del Oro Grant Road runs into Lopez Lane and becomes Lopez Lane at Agua Fria. So, there's a lot of impacts that I don't think that I'm hoping that you as a planning commission are taking responsibility for, because these are things that I am concerned about as a commissioner. And when I'm approving something in the county, I have to think about these things. Let's see, other issues. I happen to really like roundabouts. I think you should have, and the other possibility is maybe there's a roundabout at Prairie Dog Loop. So talking to my public works department about roads, I think is really important. I want, the impact. Prairie Dog Loop is right at the edge of this development, and that is in the county. And it looks like this area actually cuts into it a little bit. Somehow the way the city and, annexation, anyhow, I won't go to annexation because that's a whole nother topic. But this is a result of annexation that has not quite been done in the most thoughtful manner because of the whole impacts. I mean, the other issue on the other side of the village is, we have Henry Lynch Road, which is another little roadway where we have one section. Now we're going to have another roadway where the county has one larger section and the city has one little section. These kind of things. I happen to love roads. I happen to be I like road design. I like thinking about road design. And I care about my community deeply. I don't think anybody would ever question my dedication to the village or to the county. And so these are things that I really would like you to think about while you're approving these projects. And especially the impact of the traffic, because it is just, it is really difficult and has not been well thought out, in my humble opinion. So thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me. I know it is late. I have been in meetings all day, and thank you for your service as planning commissioners. I completely appreciate your willingness to take on this task. So good evening and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dan, up next is Angelique Mays.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I will go ahead and swear you in. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name is Angelique Mays at 1951 Hammond Road.
Go ahead.
Okay, I actually have a couple of questions and then I have a statement of why I'm opposed to the whole situation. I just have a few questions about what came about from the bike lane that was proposed the last time. On the pictures that you showed tonight, I didn't see any of that. And then the thing about the Caja de Oro and the Arfria Park Road, instead of putting a roundabout there. So you're proposing like little medians in the road, it seems like. If you could kind of talk about that, because I don't understand how that would technically slow people down there. It kind of seems like it would just be a nuisance, but yet, I don't know, it just doesn't seem that it would help with the whole situation. The other thing I wanted to ask was the buffer between Alameda and the walls of development. I know you're going to put a walkway there with like a big buffer in between, but I'm just concerned like when you're going down Caja de Oro and you're going to turn onto Alameda, how good the eyesight would be to the oncoming traffic. And I know that you added the right turning lane now. That's still a concern because I don't know if I'm sure everybody's been in the situation where you're next to the car and one car's trying to turn left, another car's trying to turn right, and you both kind of like inch forward because you can't see over the other car. So I just think that's still not going to be helpful because the traffic on West Alameda, I mean, people come down West Alameda going like 40, 50 miles per hour. And if we can't see around these houses and the walls because of the way the road is shaped, like in a kind of like a semicircle, that's a big concern, and maybe thought about putting a roundabout there. I think we had mentioned that last time, but I don't know if you guys looked into that with the study that you did. So I think that's pretty much all my questions that I have. I don't know if you want them to answer those questions and then come back to me for my statement, or if you want me to go ahead and just say everything at once.
No, go ahead and finish your thoughts, and I'm sure Mr. Siebert wrote down your questions and we'll address them.
Okay, so I'm going to try and go fast because I know we've all been here late. I first want to say that I agree with everything that William Mee of the Arfria Village had brought forward in his concerns. Some of my main concerns, because I'm in the houses that butt up to the cemetery. So we're really one of the ones that are going to be the most impacted by all of this situation and the roadway and stuff. So some of my main concerns are that they are 2-story buildings and that there's been too many homes in the area already and it's growing too fast right here. From our home and our personal views will be greatly impacted by this. And I hope that if the rezoning is passed, and then you would at least take into consideration the height of the buildings. We have the most beautiful sunsets right here, and this development will definitely take that away. And I encourage any of you to come park at the cemetery during sunset, and you'll definitely understand my concerns. Please consider keeping our night skies. We live here in this area for the look and the feel. It's a bit rural, and most of the homes are on larger plots of land, many of them with animals and livestock. In our neighborhood alone, down our street, we have llamas, sheep, horses, chickens, and ducks. And we worry that this development will change the look and feel of that area. One of the biggest concern, I think, for us is that we're moving too fast in this area. We haven't even seen the effects of the current new developments. I mean, with the the different apartments going on, we haven't really seen how that traffic and everything else how it's going to really affect us. In this general area, we have the developments down Lopez Lane, down Rosina, and the South Meadows. And in just this closest area right here by South Meadows, with all the development coming in, it's just too many people all at once. We're not used to that. How are these new developments are going to impact the park, the school, and the roads? I know there's going to be a lot more vehicles in this area. And when South Meadows was closed to redo the road for the apartments, Lopez Lane, the stop sign was actually backed up all the way to the river. And this was during the height of COVID when most people were actually working from home. So with all the new houses down Rosina and South Meadows, the Lopez Lane will have too much congestion trying to get onto the Lopez Lane Fria stop sign. And then the traffic's on Rosina Lopez Lane intersection. I don't know if any of you have ever gone through the stop sign or the streetlights during the morning or evening rush hour, then you'll definitely understand my concerns. Let's see. Again, we've been living in this area. It's a little semi-rural. We've been here for 20 years. And we feel like in the year and a half, we're going to have like thousands of new neighbors. I know it kind of sounds exaggerating, but that's really, that's the way we feel. And it's kind of scary. And we also worry about the crime rate going up with so many new people in this area. I just had my first child this year, and we're wondering what it's going to be like for him to go to school. Will the El Camino Real even have the capacity for all these people? Let's see what other ones. And I know we're empathetic to the need for the housing Santa Fe, but we just hope that you have empathy for some of us that live out here in this area that have been here for years, being bombarded with so much development so fast and without really seeing the consequences of all of what's already going on. And I think that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Ms. Mace.
Sorry it was so long.
Next, we'll move on to a telephone caller ending in 1404. Dan, if you'll move them up, and *9 should unmute you. So *9 to unmute, and then you'll need to be sworn in, okay? Telephone call in 1404. If you'll hit *9. All right, let's get back to that phone call in. Dan, if you'll go to Bill and Robin. And the phone caller will get back to you. Oh, it looks like you
Okay,
just.
can you
Yes.
hear me now?
Yes, be sworn in. Go ahead.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Toby Gas, 68 Camino Espejo.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I am in, sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Can I go ahead now? Okay. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed amendment and the proposed rezoning. First, I have an issue with the staff report on page 7, criterion 3, small number 1. It says the amendment does not allow uses or a change that is significantly different from or inconsistent with the prevailing use and character in the area. Criterion met yes, but in the analysis below, it says with the exception of institutional uses such as the county fire station, county park, and county community center, the land is largely vacant. This use will be the first development of substantial size. So it's not clear to me that how that allows a use or a change, how that does not allow a use or a change that is significantly different from the prevailing use and character in the area. And then going on, these are my comments on the proposal overall. Although connected by narrow corridors of city-owned road, this property will be on the periphery of the city and isolated from city services, such as transportation, fire protection, park facilities, etc. If I remember correctly, this is exactly the situation that the Phase 1 annexation sought to avoid, and that is not addressed in the staff report. So this is really going to recreate the kind of situation that the Phase 1 annexations were meant to correct. The adjacent land or roads, Caja del Oro, West Alameda, and Highway 599, do not have sidewalks, road shoulders, or bicycle lanes. This will not be a safe place for families with children because of these lacks. The immediately adjacent roads are not within the city of Santa Fe, so there can be no coordinated construction of transportation-related infrastructure to serve this residential island. The most likely travel route for pedestrians and cyclists from this location will be along Caja del Oro, which has neither shoulders nor sidewalks, and this development cannot provide them along the length of the road and the contiguous Lopez Lane. Although near the Santa Fe River Trail, this development will not have safe access to that trail. At this point, the MPO project for West Alameda is simply a proposal. I would love to see it come to fruition because bicycling on that section of West Alameda, which I do, is extremely scary, but at the moment it is now simply a proposal and one that I've asked for during their public input sessions. This site does have easy access to Highway 599. That is its outstanding transportation feature. Rezoning will result in a 1960s get in your car and drive development. The rezoning will not serve the city's objectives of promoting alternative forms of transportation and reducing the public's reliance on individual motor vehicles. The intention of creating small commercial centers is a good one, but we have already seen it fail repeatedly in developments such as Aldea and Las Soleras. Las Soleras eventually rezoned all or almost all of its planned commercial sites to residential. The economics simply do not work, particularly when the community residents are passing by the city's major commercial areas while driving to and from work each day. I'd also like to note that this is an excellent area for dark skies, and the surrounding community has worked very hard to minimize night lighting, working closely with the state, for example, during the construction of the 599 intersections. I appreciate Mr. Summers' discussion of the Garcia's vision, that vision has developed over the years without community input. Rezoning this property to support 88 homes will create a suite of problems related to the lack of services and infrastructure that promote community and sustainable development. Rezoning should create an improved environment rather than introducing problems where they do not already exist. And I'd like to comment on the mention that was recently made about developing a right-hand turn lane onto West Alameda. So it seems to me that if you need a right turn lane for everybody to leave in the morning, then all those people are going to be turning left back into Caja del Oro at the end of the day, across the oncoming rush hour traffic or backing up the rush hour traffic in the same direction that they're going, because West Alameda is a 2-lane road. So if you need right turn control, then you need left turn control. And I think that's it for me.
Thank you, Topi. Next is Bill and Robin, Dan.
Okay. Unmute.
Will both of you be speaking?
Yes, actually, we probably will because we've been listening to. I am so impressed with my neighbors and the last lady. I mean, they basically covered everything.
You have to be sworn in.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and swear both of you in at the same time.
Okay, fine.
You both swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimonies you're about to give are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. And when you each speak, please state your name and address for the record.
Okay, I'm Bill Spencer. I live on 1895 Hammond Road.
Thank you.
And we have lived adjacent to the cemetery here for 22 years now.
Yes. We were one of the first ones out
And
here.
we were one of the first out here. And what attracted us to the area is that it is rural and there is easy access to things like grocery stores and shopping and all of that sort of thing.
In the park.
And the night skies are amazing. The sunsets are astounding and beautiful. And it's a beautiful place to live. And obviously, cramming a bunch of people into a space that small is not going to improve our quality of life. I think that basically what you're requesting is unnecessary and outrageous. I don't see any benefit for me or anybody else because you're going to be overcrowding the schools. You're going to have to radically change the roads. Turning circles are nice, but I just don't see where it's just going to destroy the whole rural nature of the area. I think it's a shame, and I certainly would not and cannot support this idea of cramming 88 units in a space that small. That's just outrageous. Robin, would you like to say something? Here, you can swear her in.
Oh, yeah. Well, you swear us in. Do you need me to say my address?
Yes, please state your name and address.
Robin Garden, 1895 Hammond Road.
Thank you.
Okay. And I agree with everything that my husband, Bill Spencer, has said, and our neighbors. One question I have is, what really is a benefit to us here? What is this development going to bring to us in our situation, in our life?
Yeah, that's going to
Most of the homes here in our neighborhood, which is of course part of Agua Fria Village, are double wides that are by the nature of that have been adobe covered manufactured homes. And that is part of the charm. That's why we moved here, because this land allowed that, the development of affordable housing, basically. These are 2.5 acres in our neighborhood. And to have something like this proposal move in is going to destroy our life and our lifestyle. We're seniors now. We were one of the first people out here that settled. We have worked our land. It's the most precious thing we have. And it seems like this kind of development is going to devalue our land by nature of the way the development's being presented. I have strong feelings about the impact that that'll be on our services, on the fire department, on the school, on the park. Everything that's been said, I agree on. I'm just in shock. I didn't know that this had gone this far. And I'm totally against it. Every single part of it. I see no benefit to us. And I would pose that question. I would like that to be answered. What is that benefit to us here? Homeowners here in our area, in Agua Fria Village. What benefit is this gonna give us?
Thank you.
Okay. Done?
Done.
Now let's hear our other neighbors.
Next will be Bernadette, followed by William Me. And if something's already been said, if you'll just say you agree with it and move on to other points, we'd appreciate it. Go ahead, Bernadette.
Okay, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Bernadette Cordova, 1785 Hammond Road.
Thank you.
Yes, I do agree with Miss Mays as well. Like I said, I've been one of the first ones that arrived as well, going on 22 years now. And I oppose it. I don't, it like everybody continues to say, it is a county. We're in the county. So it is a rural area. Our neighbors have horses, llamas, you know, and it does take away from that because we are on 2.5 acres of land. And, you know, we have that peace, if you would, of knowing that, you know, I mean, yeah, we have our neighbors, everybody knows each other. You know, we're very, you know, friendly and good with each other. Now we're going to have all these other people move in that we have no idea who they are, you know, and, you know, I go on to talk about what Miss May said about, you know, the sunsets, you know, the security of being in a place where you come and you set your home for 20 some years. And now you're going to have all this other stuff moved in that you had no idea was going to happen. And so that peace of mind is going to be taken away from us because of, and I get Santa Fe is growing, but there's so much land elsewhere. And like we keep stating that, you know, we're on a county place and it's bigger portions of property. We're content with what we have as far as having 2.5 acre lots and having one single home on it. Like you're taking away from us from, you know, that's why we moved here, or I should say I did, but I do oppose it and I don't think it's a good thing. And I do agree with my neighbors as well. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernadette. Next up, we have William Mee. Unmute yourself and be sworn in, please.
Are you on, Mr. Mee?
You're muted.
Did he unmute? I can't see him.
No, not yet. Mr. Mee, if you unmute yourself, you're showing as muted. There you go. You with us?
Okay.
Okay. So do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
It's William Mee, 2073 Camino Samuel Montoya, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507.
Thank you.
And my letter is attached at page 1132 through 1136. And so I won't really cover that letter, but I just wanted to add to the record, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, we participated in the Southwest Sector Plan, and we had this area designated as C2. And in 1999, Dickie Montoya, who's now deceased, he was going to build a grocery store there. And this is before Sprouts and Albertsons arrived at Zaffarano. And, you know, we really wanted that as a community because we live in a food desert. And unfortunately, that is still unaddressed. We wish that Carlos Garcia had moved forward with the commercial aspect instead of this residential. And we already have those, I believe it's over 350 apartments that he has there that have still not come to fruition. Let me talk a little bit because I think Jim Siebert was misspoke about how open the space is there. So we have 80 acres plus 13 that we just obtained from the BLM for a 12-phase park. And only 3 phases of that park have been completed. You know, it takes quite a bit of money to get each phase going. And our park started in 1970 when we used cigarette tax monies to buy the land from the BLM. This was our neighborhood park and not a regional park as it's becoming. And so that's why we're saying, well, the developer should pay an impact fee to Santa Fe County. The applicant has written in their submittal that there's confusion on the part of city staff on who has the jurisdiction of the Caja del Oro Road, County Road 62. So I think that this matter still needs to become in front of that Settlement Annexation Agreement Committee that was recently passed by the county resolution in December, and the city resolution is 22-01. So we're hopeful that the way that the two roads align with each other can kind of be finalized, because one side has bike trails, one side doesn't, one doesn't have sidewalks, the other side does. So I think we really need to kind of plan in that area. And it's unfortunate that the applicant went to the MPO, because apparently no county members were really going to those meetings. There's some disagreement. I know that Jim Siebert talked to Fireman Nix, but the Agua Fria Fire Department wasn't consulted, and they're kind of hesitant to have any road narrowing since they've got to shoot out of the fire station. So I think all of these things need to be talked about and worked out. Mr. Siebert kind of also misspoke on the cemetery there. That's in 1963, we obtained the land from BLM for the Cementerio de la Agua Fria. And that's who the title of the land is in. We have 28 acres, 220 souls are interned there. And so, it's kind of strange to have a subdivision right on top of a cemetery. There might be a need for some screening there. I don't know that the people that want to buy the houses want a cemetery right next to them. And just north of the Cementerio de la Agua Fria, the Archdiocese did buy some land, and the Rosario Cemetery is going to do an expansion there. But it's just that I don't think that the applicant has worked enough with the neighborhood. And I think that the Prairie Dog Loop Road coming in, the Camino Cementerio coming in, and the Agua Fria Park Road all coming in that area, I don't see how you can address all that without a roundabout. Because you need all those three legs need to come in, and the two legs of County Road 62 need to come in. So and I think that perhaps the MPO, and I've been going to MPO meetings, I've never heard any of this topic raised. I was on the county's Transportation Advisory Committee. So I just don't see any city-county cooperation, and that's what it takes to do a good project. And the applicant is falling right in the middle of this. I know that Commissioner Pilar Faulkner, there she is. She's always talked about long-term planning, and we've got to do this, and I think we have a chance through this Settlement Annexation Agreement Committee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mee. Ms. Mays, I see your hands up again, but you've already spoken. Is there anybody else in the public that hasn't spoken that would like to speak? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing portion of this and turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Faulkner. Oh, you're muted.
There we go. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we table the rest of this case until the next hearing.
Mr. Satania, a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second discussion from the commissioners. I would just add that, go ahead, Commissioner Lawrence.
Mr. Chair, I would just add that I support this. I understand that we already have a lot to cover at the next meeting, but I think that we want to give this the time that it deserves. And I don't know that we can do that anymore if we continue too late into the evening.
Thank you, Commissioner Lawrence. What worked out really good was on Zia Station when we sent staff and the applicants back with questions. I know there was questions raised by some of the residents. Is there any questions that the commissioners would like to put out tonight for them to have ready should this pass? Commissioner Satenia.
Yeah, one of the questions that I'm going to drill on is understanding why the applicant chose an R10 classification versus the less dense, which I believe is 3 to 6. Currently, with the 88 homes that are proposed on the site renders 5.22 or 5.3 something, and I want to understand exactly what gains are provided from using that classification, and what is potentially lost in going to the density in which the development is designed. Specifically, there's less, what amount of green space or open space, how is that impacted from going to the higher classification? Is there a reduction in sidewalks along some of these streets because you move up to a higher classification? I want to know as much as possible to understand what is the benefit to the community in actually moving to a R10 designation. So if the more you can provide me the differences between the two, I'm also requesting staff, Donna, if you can also provide that information for our next meeting. I want to know exactly the differences between the two categories.
Is that all, Commissioner Satenia?
That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other commissioners have anything that they want to send with them now? Commissioner.
If I can, I'd just like to reiterate Commissioner Satania's point. I'm curious about why the developer is asking for the specific level of zoning that they're asking for. And I just have to reiterate what Commissioner Satania offered.
Thank you. Commissioner Pava?
Yes, thank you. I'd like a little more clarification on why we're not also amending the Southwest area master plan, since is it because it's tiered from the general plan, or what is staff's thought about that? And if we're not amending that plan, does that in fact, if we go ahead with this and we don't amend that, we're amending the general plan and then we jump into zoning, have we skipped a step, and does that possibly jeopardize the legitimacy of the rezoning?
Thank you, Commissioner Pava.
Mr. Chair, I can answer that real quick.
No, hold on real quick, Dan. Just be ready. I want to get with commissioners first. Any other commissioners? Is that a new hand, Commissioner Satenia? Please.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot I wrote a note, just given what one of the residents has raised, and also just kind of being familiar with the area. I want to understand more about the traffic impact analysis that was done with regards to where are these 88 plus residents going to be, driving to access services. Especially if it's down Lopez Lane or South Meadows, where we've already approved developments in the past and we've seen congestion. I'd like to better understand how this development with this amount of homes is going to impact those surrounding areas.
Thank you, Commissioner Satenia. The road seems to be an issue. I don't know if there's enough time to figure out County Road 62 and have some more information on that. Donna Topi said that criterion 3 was questionable. If you can just have some feedback on that from your staff report, page 7, criterion number 3. And there's probably others that I'm missing, Mr. Siebert, if you can have some of the basic questions available to answer that were put out by the public this evening. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Faulkner, is that a new hand or an old hand? Okay. And if anything comes up that you can think of, should this pass, then we will get a hold of staff and ask them those questions, commissioners, if you have anything. We have a motion and a second. If we can have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Clow,
Yes.
Commissioner Faulkner,
Yes.
Commissioner Hogan,
You're muted.
Yes.
Commissioner Lawrence,
Yes.
Commissioner Pava,
Yes.
Commissioner Satenia.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Moving on, we will be at staff communications.
I have none, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
other than you do have a very big meeting coming up on the 17th.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just had one quick update. The Planning Commission applicants are being reviewed by the mayor, but we don't have feedback quite yet.
Thank you. Anything from the commissioners?
I can't resist, Mr. Chair, but no, I live in the city, but I'm in a certain council person's district and I pay taxes too.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Pava. Commissioner Satenia.
Yeah, I just want to publicly acknowledge staff for all their hard work. I know that you guys are dealing with a lot and that you're working really hard. And I just want to acknowledge the work that you're doing on behalf of the city. So we appreciate it and we notice it. So thank you.
Great words, Commissioner Satenia. And I know that staff's a little worried about the agendas coming up, but they'll all work their way out one way or another. So we'll get through this. We'll be okay. It's better we make good, quality, informed decisions than to try and rush something. So if there's nothing else, we'll be adjourned. Stay safe, stay healthy. We'll see you in 2 weeks.